Chapter 610. The visitors were Wolf, whom Han Shoror was very familiar with, and Bert Zilli, the former Duke of Boulet Duchy. After Boulet Duchy was annexed by Brettel City, Bert Zilli disappeared without a trace. It was said that this evil summoner had returned to the Calamity Church. The two went straight to Han Shoror's mansion in Ossen City. After waiting for Han Shoror for a long time, they finally saw Han Shoror, who had just returned from Boot Merchant Guild's Phoebe's place. When they met, the two were unprecedentedly respectful. As soon as they arrived, they kowtowed to Han Shoror, giving Han Shoror quite a fright. "What are you two doing?" Han Shoror was very astonished. From the way the two kowtowed to him, Han Shoror discovered that the two seemed to regard him as an elder of the Calamity Church. This made Han Shoror feel rather peculiar. "Lord Brian, the two of us have come under orders to invite you. We hope that you will make an official trip to the Calamity Church's headquarters with us," Wolf said in a deferential manner. "Oh!" Han Shoror let out a soft cry of surprise and asked puzzledly, "Why are you inviting me to the Calamity Church?" The mysterious Calamity Church had never publicly announced the location of its headquarters. Those countries and religions hostile to the Calamity Church had racked their brains to no avail to find the location of the Calamity Church's headquarters. Han Shoror did not expect that Wolf and Bert Zilli would so solemnly extend an invitation to him. This made Han Shoror rather flattered. "Lord Brian, your magnificent feat outside South Border City and the destruction of the Shrine of Ice have made His Holiness aware of your return. His Holiness has instructed us to do our utmost to invite you to the Calamity Church. He has important matters to discuss with you. He hopes that Lord Brian will not refuse." When Wolf said those words, his eyes were filled with unconcealable reverence. It appeared that Han Shoror's thunderous return to Profound Continent had indeed shocked the Calamity Church. "Why must it be me who goes to the Calamity Church? If your Pope is sincere, he should personally come to see me." With Han Shoror's current strength, there weren't many on the entire Profound Continent that could catch his eye. The Calamity Church was no exception. Therefore, Han Shoror had the audacity to make such a claim. Perhaps Wolf had been solemnly instructed before he came, but when Han Shoror said these words, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled bitterly and explained, "5 years ago, His Holiness the Pope was prepared to personally come and have a chat with you. This time, when he heard of your news, he was no exception. He really was prepared to personally come. Then why didn't he come over? Why did he insist on me going over?" Han Shoror frowned and asked in a deep voice. With Han Shoror's current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Calamity Church playing dirty tricks behind his back. Even if his two avatars were injured, Han Shoror was confident that he could protect himself. It was just that he had been busy with the affairs of Lancelot Empire for the past few days and had no intention of going out for the time being. Before His Holiness the Pope decided to come over, he used the altar to communicate with the God of Faith. As we are of low status, we don't know the specifics. However, when His Holiness the Pope came over, he said that the God of the Calamity Church had personally spoken and solemnly invited you to make a trip to the Calamity Church's headquarters. Only by using the altar at the headquarters can you communicate with the God of Faith, Wolf explained respectfully. When these words were spoken, Han Shoror's heart jolted as he thought of a few possibilities. For the past few days, Han Shoror had been worrying about the Shrine of Ice and Spider Goddess Rose. He clearly understood that whether it was Spider Goddess Rose or the Shrine of Ice, they weren't forces that he could deal with alone. Once they crossed over, Han Shoror knew that he wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. He had a clear understanding of his own strength and understood that he wouldn't be able to contend against either side in a short period of time. After pondering for a long time, Han Shoror vaguely came up with an idea, and that was to temporarily attach himself to a major power. Before his own strength was strong enough, he would make use of the power of others to keep the Shrine of Ice and Spider Goddess in check, as well as the Church of Light that he was about to offend. His two avatars cultivated in the elemental energy of death and the edict of destruction respectively. The body of his avatar of death was even condensed from a skeletal staff. No matter how he thought about it, Han Shoror felt that it would be easier to communicate with the forces of the gods of death and destruction. Furthermore, the foundation of these two over-gods on Profound Continent was the Calamity Church. After hearing Wulf's words, Han Shoror was almost immediately certain that he wasn't the only one who had such an idea. It seemed that the two overgods' forces also had the same idea. They were likely using the Calamity Church to formally extend an olive branch to him. Han Shoror put on a faint smile and said in a relaxed manner, "So that's how it is. Right, I agree to your request. However, you will have to wait for me for a period of time. When I am done with the matters here, I will immediately depart for the Calamity Church headquarters with you too. Many thanks, your lordship." Wulf obviously heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Han Shoror's agreement. Soon after, he said in a flattering manner, "Lord Brian, actually, when we first met, I already knew that we were on the same side. Hehe, your lordship has just appeared and you have already accomplished two major things. Many of the elders in the Calamity Church have been shaken. Now, you have even received a direct message from a god. Your lordship is indeed extraordinary. I hope that your lordship will guide us in the future. I hope that your lordship will guide us in the future." Bert Zilli, who had been silent all this while, also put on a flattering smile. Wulf and Bert Zilli had been helping Han Shoror with all their might since 5 years ago. They had invested enough capital on Han Shoror and helped Han Shoror annex the 7 Grand Duchies. Now that they saw Han Shoror's powerful return and that the Calamity Church had unprecedentedly attached importance to him, the two of them were more excited than anyone else. Han Shoror sized up the two with a smile and nodded. He patted Wulf's shoulder and said smilingly, "Smart people always have good luck. Don't worry, if there really is an opportunity in the future, I will not forget the help you have given me in the past. Many thanks, your lordship. Many thanks, your lordship." Wulf and Bert Zilli were overjoyed and hastily expressed their gratitude to Han Shoror. Han Shoror had yet to officially join the Calamity Church, but all the higher-ups of the Calamity Church, including the Pope, were already shaken. The two of them knew that once Han Shoror officially joined the Calamity Church, with the skeletal staff in his hand, he would definitely have an enormous influence. With this guarantee from Han Shoror, the two of them seemed to have seen the scene of their meteoric rise in the future. Even though they were already old, they still couldn't calm down and became excited. "All right, the two of you can leave first. After I have settled the matters here, I will immediately head to the Calamity Church's headquarters with the two of you," Han Shoror instructed indifferently when he saw the two of them beaming with smiles. "Understood, your lordship. When your lordship has settled the matters here, you can contact us." Wulf respectfully saluted before leaving with Bert Zilli. Wulf had long ago told Han Shoror how to contact the Calamity Church. He had never treated Han Shoror as an outsider. Thinking about it, the Calamity Church's divine weapon, the skeletal staff, was in Han Shoror's hands. He was also a necromancer and a mortal enemy of the Church of Light. His actions for so many years were in line with the Calamity Church's principles. Naturally, the Calamity Church had long regarded him as one of their own. After Wulf and Bert Zilli left, Han Shoror pondered for a long time. He recalled the time when his soul was invaded under the Cemetery of Death. He understood that the god at that time only wanted Han Shoror's faith so that he would wholeheartedly serve the Calamity Church. However, now that Han Shoror himself was a god, Han Shoror believed that as long as those evil gods weren't fools, they wouldn't use that kind of method again. Different situations call for different actions. I can only make use of the Calamity Church. When my strength reaches a certain realm, it'll be hard to say who will be controlling who. Han Shoror thought to himself after a moment of silence. In the next few days, Han Shoror properly compensated the 3 ladies in Ossen City, releasing the desires that they had painstakingly suppressed for the past 5 years. Han Shoror's performance in South Border City, as well as his deeds in Kossi Empire's Shrine of Ice, once again caused a sensation in Lancelot Empire after being deliberately disseminated by the Dark Mantle. It was as though Han Shoror had become the new object of faith for the people of Lancelot Empire overnight. Even the number of believers the Druidic Order had obtained after operating in Lancelot Empire for so many years couldn't compare to the number of believers Han Shoror had obtained in just a few days. Through Han Shoror's deliberate guidance, many citizens of Lancelot Empire truly believed in Han Shoror as a god, providing Han Shoror with a portion of the power of faith. Han Shoror was contentedly enjoying all this. However, there were still some matters that were more troublesome. For example, after he had made love with Emily that day, Emily mentioned Jasper and the others to Han Shoror. As a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, in addition to the fact that Jasper and the others had attracted too much attention when they appeared in the Valley of Sunshine, it would be strange if she didn't know about this matter. Han Shoror had no choice but to brace himself and explain to Emily. He especially emphasized the uniqueness of his demonic arts and the fact that he had no other choice. However, it was very obvious that Emily didn't believe Han Shoror's explanation at all. She said angrily, "Everyone in the Empire knows about your lust. How could it be as forced as you say? You can explain it to Fanny and Phoebe yourself. The two of them already know about it." Han Shoror couldn't help but smile wryly at Emily's words. He knew that Emily was easy to deal with, but Phoebe and Fanny were even more difficult to talk to. Also, what are you going to do with that Helen, the former Duke of Helen Duchy, and Sophie, the daughter of Sacred Knight Sulo? Emily continued, panting with rage. What does Sophie have to do with me? Han Shoror cried out that he was wrongly accused. HMPH. She traveled thousands of miles from Kossi Empire to your Brettel city and made many contributions to your city. Now, she's specially raising war horses in the former Bontun Duchy for Brettel city. Who doesn't know that she's interested in you? Emily sighed softly. She imitated Phoebe and pounded Han Shoror's chest, saying bitterly, "Why are you so fickle?" Han Shoror smiled wryly. He didn't know what to say, nor did he have anything to say. Chapter 611. In Ossen City, Han Shoror had women on his left and right as he accompanied the three ladies, enjoying the joy of being together to his heart's content. Han Shoror had no choice but to brace himself and explain to the three ladies about Jasper, Selena, and Helen. Naturally, Phoebe and Fanny were furious at Han Shoror. However, under Han Shoror's coaxing and deceit, their anger gradually subsided. From the day they met Han Shoror, the three ladies knew that Han Shoror was not a good person. The grievances of his previous life had caused him to be lustful after his reincarnation. The three ladies clearly knew what kind of person Han Shoror was, yet they were still willing to be together with him. Therefore, they had to bear the consequences. What was done could not be undone. The three ladies accepted reality after their anger subsided. However, they repeatedly urged Han Shoror to know his place in the future. Han Shoror naturally agreed. Having successfully crossed the carnal realm, Han Shoror's lust was no longer as intense. This time, his guarantee came from the bottom of his heart. He felt that as long as he could control his state of mind, there shouldn't be any problems in the future. Staying in Ossen City, Han Shoror accompanied the three ladies to have fun and at the same time put in effort to improve their strength. Under Han Shoror's guidance, Fanny gradually grasped the method of gathering the element of death with her body. With the help of the crystal condensed from the base god's body and Han Shoror's attentive guidance, Fanny made rapid progress. She had the opportunity to advance a step further and reach the realm of sacred Magus Necromancer at every moment. Emily was handed over by Han Shoror to be taught by Aamike Cotton. They both cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, but Aamike Cotton was 2 realms higher than Emily. In addition, Emily's understanding of the element of darkness came from the notebook that Aamike Cotton had left behind. Therefore, it was very easy for Aamike Cotton to teach her and her strength progressed very quickly. Aamike Cotton was very fond of Emily, truly treating her as his disciple. He imparted all of his understanding of dark magic to Emily, allowing Emily to improve by leaps and bounds. Just like Fanny, Phoebe was taught by Han Shoror. However, because Phoebe cultivated in fighting aura, Han Shoror could only give her some of his own cultivation insights and couldn't provide too much help in the details. Old Monster Statholm had more experience in this aspect. Unfortunately, Statholm had been training in Brettel City all this time and wouldn't be able to provide much help to Phoebe in the short term. When Han Shoror finished dealing with all the matters in Ossen City and was preparing to leave for the Calamity Church with Wolf, Fanny excitedly returned from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. She said to Han Shoror, "Dean Emma is going to retire. She said that she will pass the position of dean to me in a few days." "Really? Congratulations." Han Shoror laughed heartily, hugging Fanny and shaking her vigorously. "But, I'm still too young. Will there be any problems?" Fanny was extremely excited, but she still appeared somewhat worried. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. I'll definitely make sure you sit firmly on this position. It's about time for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to make some adjustments." I'll leave Ossen City after I attend your inauguration ceremony," Han Shaw calmly said with a smile. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was full of talents. Grasping the authority of the Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was equivalent to grasping the future of the Lancelot Empire. Many people would covet this position of Dean. However, Han Shaw believed that with his current influence in the Lancelot Empire, he would definitely be able to fulfill Fanny's wish. Will I not be able to do it well? Fanny also knew how much influence Han Shaw had in the Lancelot Empire. After hearing Han Shaw's guarantee, she knew that the position of Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force would definitely belong to her. However, she was still somewhat worried that she didn't have the ability to properly manage the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. "How would you know if you haven't tried?" "Don't worry, I believe that you can do it." You should make some preparations first. Wait to take over the position of Dean in a few days." Han Shaw smiled as he consoled Fanny. After making his promise to Fanny, Han Shaw looked for King Lawrence and communicated with him. Lawrence was now practically obedient to Han Shaw's words and immediately agreed without thinking. He used the name of the imperial family to clear Fanny's name in advance and promised Han Shaw that he would go and support her when the time came. Behind Fanny was the king of the Southern Territory, Ferenz, as well as the extraordinary existence Han Shaw. Lawrence obviously understood Fanny's value and it was only natural that he would give her face. With Han Shaw's powerful influence in the Lancelot Empire, he communicated with Emma and a few other transcendental existences in the Empire and the matter was immediately settled. No one dared to fight with Fanny for that position. While Han Shaw was making use of his influence, all the dignitaries of the Lancelot Empire expressed their goodwill and congratulations to Fanny. Many expensive gifts flooded towards Fanny like a tide, causing Fanny to be somewhat overwhelmed. The three ladies, Fanny, Emily, and Phoebe, each controlled an enormous amount of the Empire's resources. They also had the common Han Shaw behind them. In the Lancelot Empire, as long as one wasn't a lunatic, no one would dare to go against them. Everything had been properly prepared. 3 days later, a grand inauguration ceremony would be held in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Han Shaw arrived at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force ahead of time. He reminisced about the past in the warehouse where he had stayed for a long time in the Necromancy Major. At the Nine Changes realm, Han Shaw could change his appearance and temperament at will. With just a simple transformation, Han Shaw was able to fool everyone. Here, Han Shaw still remembered some of the interesting things he had with Jack, the strange feelings he had built up with Little Skull, and the various incidents that had occurred with some students and odd-job workers. After so many years, Han Shaw discovered that many of the sceneries here had undergone tremendous changes when he returned. The Necromancy Major, which was originally just a branch of the Dark Major, had long since established a school of its own. It had become a major whose students had surpassed the Dark Major. It had its own independent classroom and training ground and no longer used the resources of the Dark Major. The statues of famous people that stood on both sides of the wide avenue were still there. However, the tallest statue was a statue of himself. This statue had obviously changed. It was taller and more luxurious than all the other statues around it. There were only a few simple words on it: Brian, Guardian of the Empire, graduate of the Necromancy Major. Looking at the statue in front of him, a complicated feeling arose in Han Shaw's heart. He thought to himself that he probably didn't expect that he would become the greatest pride of the Babylon Academy in such a short period of time. It seemed like it was only yesterday that he and Jack had said that one day he would also become a statue and be placed here. "Brian, is that you?" Suddenly, a complicated soft cry came from behind him. The voice sounded a little shaky. Han Shaw's body trembled. He could tell that this familiar voice belonged to Lisa. He had already changed his appearance and his back was facing her. How could she recognize him so quickly? Han Shaw also felt a little sour in his heart. He didn't know if he should reveal his identity to her. Chapter 6:12. Turning his head back, Han Shaw glanced at Lisa and saw that her eyes were filled with incredulous surprise. However, when Lisa saw Han Shaw turn his head back, the surprise on her face suddenly turned to confusion. Her slender brows furrowed slightly as she warily sized up Han Shaw, who had changed his appearance. Lisa had grown up. This was the first impression that Han Shaw had when he turned his head back to look at her. The unruly and willful little girl from back then had now grown into a slender, elegant, and graceful young lady. The tragedy that had befallen her family had made her much more mature, and taught her to be strong and diligent. Looking at Lisa in front of him, Han Shaw's thoughts involuntarily returned to the past. He recalled the embarrassing time when he had first arrived in this world and pretended to be a ghost to scare Lisa. He recalled how Lisa had used him for necromancy magic experiments, and the trace of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Lisa, who had been looking suspiciously at Han Shaw, suddenly had her eyes light up. She said excitedly, "Brian, is that you?" "It's not me," Han Shaw answered reflexively without a second thought. Han Shaw immediately realized that the words were inappropriate as soon as they left his mouth. He shook his head with a wry smile. Surprise flashed through her eyes and was soon replaced by sadness. Lisa just stared blankly at Han Shaw, her gaze stubborn and resentful. Tears had filled her eyes at some point, as if they would fall at any moment. Sigh. Han Shaw sighed softly as they looked at each other for a few seconds. He smiled wryly. "How did you recognize me?" When Han Shaw's words left his mouth, the tears that had been swirling in Lisa's eyes finally rolled down her smooth cheeks. The moment her eyeballs rolled down, the stubborn Lisa suddenly softened. She burst into tears and rushed into Han Shaw's arms in a split second. She used all the strength in her body to hug Han Shaw tightly, as if she was deathly afraid that Han Shaw would disappear from her sight. "You're back. You're finally back. Do you know how worried I was? When I heard that you were killed by the Church of Light, do you know how much pain I felt in my heart?" Lisa said in a choked voice as she hugged Han Shaw tightly. She appeared very helpless and desolate. Lisa's body trembled in his arms. Han Shaw's heart softened as he listened to her emotional cries. From her words, Han Shaw could hear the deep feelings Lisa had for him. It was a kind of unswerving conviction that he could not do without. "Why are you doing this?" Sighing softly, Han Shaw's heart was filled with sourness. He really did not understand why Lisa was so insistent. All this while, Han Shaw had thought that Lisa's feelings for him were just youthful fooling around that would naturally be forgotten with the passage of time. He really did not expect Lisa to have such deep feelings for him. "Only when I'm with you can I feel happy. Apart from you, no one else can give me that kind of feeling. Brian, I beg you, don't be so heartless, okay?" Lisa's eyes were filled with tears as she tightly grabbed onto Han Shaw's chest, helplessly pleading. "Ari." Sighing again, Han Shaw's heart softened. He completely forgot his promise to Phoebe and the others. Looking at Lisa's tearful appearance, he unconsciously nodded. An ecstatic expression suddenly blossomed on Lisa's tear-stained face. She fiercely hugged Han Shaw, hugging him tighter and tighter, as if she wanted to melt herself into Han Shaw's body. Sensing Lisa's all-out strength, Han Shaw seemed to feel the heaviness of Lisa's emotions. He moved his mouth close to Lisa's ear and said softly, all right, don't cry. If others see this, they'll think that I'm bullying you. You've always been bullying me, and for many years." Lisa could not hold back her emotions anymore after venting. She began to sob and complain in Han Shaw's chest, as if she wanted to release all the hidden bitterness that had been bottled up in her heart for many years at once. Han Shaw shook his head with a wry smile, no longer trying to persuade Lisa to stop crying. From her agitated emotions, Han Shaw knew that these words had been bottled up in her heart for more than a year or two. Now that she had finally found a chance, how could Lisa be willing to give it up? Han Shaw was clear in his heart that if she did not speak those words clearly, the words that had been bottled up in her heart would be harmful to her body and cultivation. Only by venting them all would she be able to completely walk out of the pain and regain a healthy and stable state of mind. Therefore, Han Shuro did not try to persuade her. He only lightly patted Lisa's fragrant shoulder and patiently listened to her tearful complaints mixed with hidden bitterness and depression. He did not interject a single word, quietly feeling Lisa's deep feelings for him that were as deep as the sea. After a long, long time, Lisa's bitter cries gradually stopped. After a while, when her delicate body no longer trembled, Han Shuro asked with some doubt, "How did you recognize me so quickly?" Glaring resentfully at Han Shuro, Lisa cutely wrinkled her nose. "When you had your back to me to size up your sculpture, you did not deliberately conceal your aura. I am all too familiar with you. Your back, your aura, and the naughtiness in your eyes. Your transformation may be able to deceive others, but not me," Lisa said with great confidence. Han Shuro's heart was indescribably moved by her words. After so many years, Lisa was actually able to recognize him at a glance from his back. This was sufficient proof of how deep her feelings for him were. However, at the same time, Han Shuro was also on guard. He knew that because he had just entered the Nine Changes realm, his grasp of the transformations of the Nine Changes realm was not profound enough. Otherwise, Lisa would not have been able to recognize him so easily. "You don't look good like this. What's wrong?" Lisa panicked when she saw that Han Shuro was not speaking. She hastily asked, "Have you been disfigured by someone? How did you become so ugly?" Han Shuro smiled bitterly and shook his head. Under Lisa's gaze, the skin on Han Shuro's cheeks rippled like water. Before Lisa could cry out in surprise, Han Shuro had reverted to his original appearance. So miraculous. Lisa finally cried out in surprise. Her face was full of disbelief. With a faint smile, Han Shuro held Lisa's little hand and looked at Lisa, who had turned into a beautiful young lady. With a movement of his consciousness, he clearly sensed the strength of Lisa's mental strength. Then, he softly praised, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to become an adept magician. This kind of progress is truly astonishing." "Of course not. Compared to Master Fanny and the others, I'm still far behind." Lisa chuckled happily when she heard Han Shuro's praise. However, she did not show any arrogance. It seemed that she had indeed matured a lot. "They have more or less accepted my help. You have reached your current strength without borrowing any external help. It is truly amazing." Han Shuro shook his head and once again affirmed Lisa's hard work. The reason why Phoebe and the other two girls could improve so quickly was because of Han Shuro's help. Otherwise, even if the three girls had extraordinary aptitudes, they would not have been able to reach their current heights in such a short time. "Hihi, that's because I'm afraid of being left far behind by you. I'm afraid that you will look down on me. However, it seems that no matter how hard I work, I will still not be able to catch up to you." Lisa rubbed her little nose in embarrassment and spoke her mind to Han Shuro. "Close your eyes and calm your mind," Han Shuro suddenly said softly as a thought occurred to him. Lisa trusted Han Shuro unreservedly. Although she did not know what Han Shuro was going to do, she still followed Han Shuro's instructions and closed her eyes. However, she could not calm her mind no matter what. She could not help but think of some places that she did not dare to think of. Han Shuro held Lisa's little hand as the two leaned lightly against each other. They could smell each other's scent. Lisa was no longer a little girl. She had an expression as vast as the ocean when she looked at Han Shuro. Her nose and mouth were filled with the manly scent of Han Shuro. Her heart became more and more chaotic, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Han Shuro could not help but laugh when he sensed Lisa's chaotic state of mind and saw her flushed cheeks and rapid breathing. He lightly tapped her forehead with his finger and said amusedly, "What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm only preparing to pass on some of my insights regarding necromancy magic to you. I have no intention of doing anything bad to you. Calm your mind for me. Who's having wild thoughts?" Lisa was greatly embarrassed and hastily quibbled. However, she was somewhat disappointed in her heart. All right. I don't care what you were thinking about just now. In short, calm down for me." How could Han Shuro not know of Lisa's embarrassment? He felt as though she had returned to the past at this moment and became that adorable yet hateful little witch. For some unknown reason, Han Shoror was in a very good mood. After hearing Han Shoror's words, Lisa finally calmed down. She closed her eyes and threw the distracting thoughts out of her mind. Her breathing gradually stabilized. When Han Shoror, who had been watching Lisa attentively, saw that she had adjusted her soul to an optimal state, he extended a finger and pressed it between her eyebrows. His consciousness was like thousands of fine threads, slowly entangling Lisa's soul. This was not the first time Han Shoror had done something like this. He had become more and more adept at it after reaching the Nine Changes realm. His consciousness was like tubes that formed a connection with Lisa's soul. Han Shoror slowly transmitted some of his insights regarding necromancy magic before he became a sacred magus into Lisa's mind. Because Lisa was only an adept magus, her soul wasn't strong enough. Therefore, the transmission process was somewhat slow. Han Shoror was also afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it. He was extremely careful, ensuring that there wouldn't be the slightest bit of danger in the process. Gradually, Lisa completely relaxed. Her soul was completely under Han Shoror's control. This was a sign that she had full trust in Han Shoror. With this, the transmission of memories was obviously much faster. Han Shoror's heart was filled with gratitude, but he was even more careful. The two stood there for about half an hour. There were people passing by in between, but Han Shoror used a boundary to block their line of sight. Gently withdrawing his hand, Han Shoror smiled faintly and said in a gentle voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now." Lisa's bright eyes slowly opened. Her eyes were filled with incredulous surprise. She took a deep breath and suddenly realized, so this is the reason why Master Fanny became a Grand Magus so quickly. I finally understand. Brian, you heartless fellow. You've never helped me before. Han Shoror smiled wryly and guaranteed, I will treat everyone equally in the future. Chapter 613. Ever since its establishment, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had produced countless talents for the Lancelot Empire. It was a veritable cradle of talents for the Empire. Today was the 13th inauguration ceremony of the Academy's dean. Early in the morning, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages outside the Academy. All the bigwigs of the Empire were flocking to the place. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had a great influence on the Empire. Every inauguration ceremony would attract many famous people to come and congratulate them. This year was even more extraordinary. Due to Han Shoror's relationship, almost all the people with real power had come. Even the king of Lancelot Empire was no exception. When the nobles arrived in groups, Han Shoror, who had arrived earlier, temporarily separated from Lisa to meet Candide. Due to Fanny's inauguration ceremony, almost all the famous people of the Empire had come. Firenze, who was far away in the southern border, had also found time to come. Today, the most important people of the Lancelot Empire were gathered at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. It was only natural that they had to be cautious when it came to safety. When he found Candide, Han Shoror discovered that the latter's face was gloomy and somewhat worried. When he saw Han Shoror coming over, Candide softly exclaimed and said in a deep voice, "I've received news that someone may be coming to take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate His Majesty." "Oh." Han Shoror creased his brows and asked, "What kind of people?" "I'm not sure for the time being. However, I'm certain that it's related to those hostile countries. Those who have come to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force today are all high-ranking officials of the Empire. If they are careless and get ambushed, it will cause irreparable damage to the Empire." Candide was somewhat worried. It wasn't easy to deal with a sneak attack. If something were to happen at such a solemn moment, it would cause immeasurable damage to the reputation of the Empire and the Dark Mantle. "Is that so? Right, send a message to me. Summon my steward, Pegasus and Gree. If they aren't on a mission, call them over as well. I don't believe that any country can ruin our business," Han Shoror said to Candide with a cold expression. Today was the day of Fanny's inauguration. Han Shoror wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt the peace of the ceremony. However, if there were any enemies who dared to cause trouble, he would definitely kill them without mercy. Candide nodded and said to Han Shoror, "Put in more effort." I'll also arrange for an army unit to come over to protect the place. Candide had long been accustomed to speaking with Han Shaw as equals. He didn't put on the airs of a superior in front of Han Shaw at all. After Han Shaw returned to Lancelot Empire, Candide saw many things about Han Shaw that others were unaware of. He understood that Han Shaw possessed extraordinary strength. Therefore, he didn't put on airs in front of Han Shaw and even got used to obeying Han Shaw's orders. Don't worry. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to cause trouble will die, Han Shaw said confidently. Candide smiled sinisterly and didn't say anything else. Like a shadow in the darkness, he walked towards a bell tower and began to make arrangements. Expanding his consciousness, Han Shaw spied on all the important figures of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The entire academy was like a miniature that was imprinted in his mind. Not a single area or person could escape his observation. This time, Fanny's inauguration ceremony had caused an uproar in the Lancelot Empire a few days ago. If there were people with ulterior motives who wanted to cause trouble, they would have long since received the news and made preparations. Although Han Shaw was confident in his own strength, he did not have that much confidence in others. A sneak attack often happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Even if he was strong, he still had to be careful. Silently paying attention to the movements in every direction of the academy, Han Shaw communicated with Candide and arrived at Dean Emma's spacious secret room. He saw Fanny, who was listening to Emma's teachings. Fanny had been staying with Emma for the past few days. Emma explained to Fanny some of the mundane matters of the academy, as well as the things that she needed to pay attention to in every aspect. Fanny, who had always been apprehensive, seized the time to ask Emma for advice on how to manage the academy. She wanted to understand the areas that she needed to pay attention to as soon as possible. Previously, Fanny had buried herself in necromancy magic and her own training. She rarely paid attention to mundane matters, but now that she was about to accept the position of the new dean of the Babylon Academy, she naturally had to learn new knowledge. Otherwise, even if she had Han Shaw as her backer, she wouldn't be able to convince the masses if she didn't have the ability. How is it? Han Shaw asked with a smile after entering. Fanny is a very good child. Don't worry, I don't think there will be any problems. She will definitely be able to take good care of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The grizzled-haired Emma looked benevolently at Han Shaw and said merrily, "That's good. Dean Emma, you're not that old, why are you in such a hurry to retire?" Han Shaw was a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, Emma could indeed remain in her position for a few more years. "I'm getting old, Look at me, I'm still a Grand Magus at my age, unable to break through. Fanny is already a Grand Magus necromancy at such a young age, and I think she'll advance even further soon. Emily and Phoebe are even more unbelievable. Since the children have all grown up, us old fellows should also give up our positions to the younger generation." Emma smiled and gently explained to Han Shaw. "Thank you, Sir Dean. You've always taken good care of me all these years. Without you, things between me and Brian wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Fanny looked at Emma and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you." Han Shaw also bowed respectfully to Emma and sincerely thanked her. Back then, when Han Shaw hadn't reached such a high realm, when Fanny's identity hadn't been exposed in the Empire, Han Shaw and Fanny had almost rashly gotten together. If it wasn't for Emma's dissuasion, the two of them would have been unable to escape the restrictions of some rigid rules by announcing their relationship so quickly. After all, the two of them were originally teacher and student, and this was against the laws of the Empire. It was precisely because of Emma's far-sighted persuasion that Han Shaw and Fanny had properly concealed this fact. When Han Shaw's reputation in the Empire had reached a great height and he'd helped Lawrence become the king of Lancelot Empire, no one dared to mention their teacher and student relationship due to their high status and powerful strength, and they naturally got together. "No need to thank me. I already knew that the two of you would get together. It's just that I've lived a few years longer than the two of you and can see things further than you can. It's a good thing that the two of you listened to me. You're both good children," Emma said amiably to Han Shaw and Fanny. It's about time. Lawrence has also arrived." Fanny, you're the host today, so you should come out to meet everyone and prepare for the ceremony. Han Shoror first nodded to Emma and then said to Han Shoror, "But, there are still many things that I don't understand. I still need to continue asking Sir Dean." Fanny was clearly a bit nervous when faced with such an important matter. Heh, although I'm no longer the dean, I will still remain in the residence. If you have any questions, it's not too late to ask them later. Silly girl, go. There's nothing to be afraid of, Emma said to Fanny, amused. The wrinkles on her face were all squeezed together and she really did look a bit old. Dean Emma, take this pill and eat it. Heh, perhaps you won't look so old after eating this pill. A thought occurred to Han Shoror and he took out a rejuvenation pill that he'd refined recently and handed it to Emma. Han Shoror had all sorts of rare and strange ingredients on hand now. In order to help Lisa and his friends, Han Shoror spent some time refining several pills with different functions. The rejuvenation pill was a pill that cleared away the impurities in the body and revitalized the aging body and cells. Han Shoror saw that Emma's face was full of wrinkles and thought of how Emma had taken care of him and Fanny in the past. He was moved and gave her one. Emma seemed to know of Han Shoror's miracles and happily accepted the rejuvenation pill from Han Shoror. She held the rejuvenation pill in her hand and examined it with curiosity. She chuckled, "A pill like this has such a miraculous effect." Smiling and nodding, Han Shoror said, "Try it. It's a pill that I personally refined, it should have some effect." Heh, I believe you. Candide has told me about your miracles. Anything you take out will certainly not be ordinary. Emma was very happy. Any woman would always wish to appear a bit younger, and Emma was naturally no exception. You may sweat for a few days after taking this pill. The sweat will have some faint black stains, but don't worry, that's the removal of impurities from the body. It's a normal phenomenon. Han Shoror was afraid that Emma wouldn't understand the effects of the pill and would be shocked by its normal effects after taking it, so he explained it in advance. Heh, I know. I remember that Fanny also had diarrhea for 3 days in the past. Emma chuckled as she looked at Fanny and teased. As the dean, Emma was very concerned about the matters of the academy. Fanny had always stayed within the academy and had seen everything that had happened in the past few days. She'd been a bit worried at first and had even talked to Fanny. She'd then discovered that Fanny looked radiant after having diarrhea for 3 days, as if she'd been reborn. With Emma's experience, she naturally knew that something must have happened to Fanny. Hearing Emma's words, Fanny's face and ears flushed red. She glared at Han Shoror and chided, "What kind of pill is that? Why does it always have such embarrassing side effects?" "Oh, then forget it. I was going to give you a newly refined beauty pill, but since you're afraid of the side effects, then forget it." Han Shoror shrugged and feigned helplessness. Fanny's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard that it was a beauty pill. She hurriedly walked in front of Han Shoror and said excitedly, "Give it to me, I'll take it no matter what side effects it has." Han Shoror had known this would happen and laughed heartily as he held Fanny's arm. He winked proudly at Emma and led her outside. Chapter 614. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was already packed to the brim with people. Dignitaries from all over the empire had flocked to this place. The representatives and students of the various faculties of the academy were bustling about, preparing for this grand ceremony. In the largest open-air plaza of the academy, there was a team of black-armored knights standing guard. Lawrence, who was dressed in formal attire, stood there with a smile on his face, constantly chatting with the various ministers about private matters. The two major enemies that had been troubling the Lancelot Empire for the past few years, the Empire of Orcs and the Kossi Empire, had been dealt with by Han Shoror in the short span of a dozen or so days. The ministers of the empire who couldn't sleep well at night had all relaxed, their faces brimming with smiles once again. Before Han Shoror's return, the hundreds of thousands of warriors of the Empire of Orcs could break through the south border city at any moment and reach the empire's capital, Ossen City. Because of the existence of this huge threat, all the nobles of the empire had no appetite for food and could not sleep at night. They were afraid that they would wake up one day to find a savage orc warrior standing beside them. This kind of mental torture had been eroding the nobles of the empire. It was not until Han Shuor's trip to South Border City that they were truly relieved. Therefore, they were truly grateful to Han Shuor. Firenze, the king of the southern border, was standing proudly beside Lawrence, the empire's king. Today was an important day for Fanny, Firenze, who was eager to take action against the Orc Empire. Naturally, he had to find some time to come back. The news of Han Shuor's massacre of more than 100,000 orcs at South Border City had long since spread to every corner of the Lancelot Empire. There wasn't a single person who didn't know about it. That battle hadn't been purposefully exaggerated, but the magnificent feat of one person slaughtering hundreds of thousands of orcs was already quite unbelievable. Most of those who'd heard of this rumor didn't quite believe that Han Shuor had the ability to do so. Therefore, when Firenze appeared, some of the nobles of the empire who were on good terms with him surrounded him, tirelessly trying to find out the truth from his mouth. Even King Lawrence was no exception. Although Lawrence had always been confident in Han Shuor, the news from the South Border City was so shocking that even he found it hard to believe. Ever since Han Shuor became a god, Lawrence had always felt great pressure when facing Han Shuor. He didn't dare to ask Han Shuor to verify the truth of this matter. Now that he had the rare opportunity to meet Firenze, he immediately pricked up his ears to listen to the other minister's questions. "Old madman, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Did Brian really use undead creatures to exterminate the hundreds of thousands of beastmen warriors?" Due to the close relationship between Emily and Fanny, Old Han of the Bettridge clan was on good terms with Firenze. He started to make a big fuss. As soon as Old Han asked this question, the heads of the surrounding families, the various ministers of the empire, and even King Lawrence all pricked up their ears and showed expressions of attentiveness. It seemed that everyone was interested in this topic. Mother **K, believe it or not, it's up to you. You bunch of inexperienced people, what's there to fuss about? Even if I'm lying, don't tell me that so many soldiers and civilians of the South Border City are lying as well. Firenze rolled his eyes. This question had been asked to him by more than one person. Well, the people are too good at spreading false information. We don't dare to believe everything they say, Old Han chuckled awkwardly. Then, his expression turned solemn. He stared at Firenze and asked again, "Are you telling the truth? Did that youngster really single-handedly use necromancy magic to exterminate hundreds of thousands of orc warriors?" Old Han knew that although Firenze had a fiery temper, he was definitely not someone who liked to spout nonsense. Especially when Firenze displayed his impatience, Old Han was even more certain that Firenze was telling the truth. This matter was truly unimaginable. Even Embark Cotton, the founding hero of the empire, did not have such a shocking battle record as Han Shuor. Hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. What kind of concept was that? To think that a single person could exterminate hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. No matter who it was, they would find it hard to believe this fact. "Believe it or not, I can't be bothered with you guys." Firenze snorted coldly. He shot a glance at Lawrence, who was eavesdropping at the side, and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, stop eavesdropping. When will the 2 legions you promised me arrive? I'm still waiting to conquer the Empire of Orcs. The Empire of Orcs has been attacking the southern border for 3 years. It's time for us to act." Lawrence awkwardly smiled and assured Firenze, "Don't worry, the 2 legions will definitely arrive in a month's time. As for the southern border, you'll have to pay more attention to it. After that brat Brian's ruckus, the Empire of Orcs has been scared out of their wits. Now, his reputation is even more resounding than mine in the southern border. All the orcs believe that he is a true homicidal maniac and no longer dare to cause trouble for the Empire. The southern border is now safe and sound. You don't have to worry anymore," said Firenze carelessly. He appeared very confident. Lawrence nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. His heart, however, was filled with astonishment. He had never expected that Han Shuor would actually be so terrifying. He had single-handedly scared the entire Empire of Orcs into not daring to come to Lancelot Empire. Firenze's confirmation of the South Border City incident had made Lawrence even more determined to treat Han Shuor well, regardless of any conditions. The eyes of the dignitaries of the Empire were filled with astonishment. They were still slowly recalling Firenze's words. Each and every one of them had made up their minds that they would never make an enemy out of Han Shoror. "What do you want to talk about?" It was at this moment that Han Shoror's gentle voice sounded. He walked over together with the calmly dressed Fanny. Fanny had put on some light makeup, which made her already gorgeous and alluring look even more beautiful. She wore a loose black magical robe, which made her look solemn and dignified. However, it did not seem to be able to completely conceal her graceful figure. A faint smile hung on her face. Her dignified and elegant temperament made everyone secretly nod their heads. For some reason, they felt that with her as the new dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the future of the academy would be even brighter. "Nothing, we were just wondering why you haven't arrived yet." Lawrence rushed to cover up for fear that Ferenz would speak too quickly and reveal what they had just discussed. "Lass, you are so beautiful today." "Hehe, you are as beautiful as your mother." Ferenz looked at Fanny and smiled as he praised her. However, after saying those words, he seemed to recall something and sighed softly. His expression was somewhat dejected. "Thank you for your praise, father. Today is a good day. Don't think about unhappy things." After such a long time, Fanny had long since forgiven Ferenz's actions of disregarding his family for the sake of the country. She hurriedly said with a smile when she saw his expression turn gloomy. Ferenz nodded his head and did not say anything else. However, his complexion looked a little better. As soon as Han Shoror and Fanny appeared, the nobles of the Empire came over to congratulate Fanny one by one. Their attitude was more sincere than the other. Han Shoror noticed that most of them were doing this for the sake of him and Ferenz. "All right, we can begin." Lawrence saw that Fanny had come over and nodded to the guards of honor standing in the distance. As soon as the guards of honor saw Lawrence nod, they started playing all kinds of musical instruments in unison. Amidst the cheerful and high-spirited music, teachers and students of various departments gathered in the distance. Emily and Phoebe also appeared out of nowhere. Dean Emma, Candide, Amy's, and many other characters that Han Shoror was familiar with also appeared. Emma walked up to the rostrum. With a benevolent smile on her face, she began to narrate the glorious history of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Fanny wore a solemn expression as she stood under Emma and listened to Emma's speech. The nobles of the Empire and the students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were all wearing smiles on their faces. They listened attentively to the ceremony without uttering a word. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Aamike Cotton and Gree the Banshee, one stood in the middle of the bustling crowd, while the other hid herself on the highest bell tower. Both of them were constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. Han Shoror released his consciousness. He was also very cautious and vigilant, fearing that someone with ulterior motives would come and disrupt the ceremony at this solemn and respectful moment. Today, King Lawrence of the Empire, a majority of the nobles of the Empire, and the future of the Empire, the students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were present in the plaza. If someone were to come and assassinate Lancelot Empire, it would cause immeasurable damage to the Empire. This was something that the Empire could not afford. Therefore, everyone had no choice but to be cautious. Gradually, Emma's speech came to an end and the formal handover ceremony for Fanny began. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. There shouldn't be any problems. As long as they know that I'm here, I believe that no one will dare to come and cause trouble, thought Han Shoror inwardly. The ceremony had come to an end and there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Han Shoror thought to himself. However, some people were truly unafraid of death. Just as Han Shoror thought that nothing unexpected would happen, he suddenly sensed that the elements of light in the surroundings were somewhat abnormal. The rays of the scorching sun under the clear sky seemed to be growing more and more dazzling. An invisible pressure shrouded the sky above the plaza. It was so heavy that it could suffocate some people. With killing intent surging in his heart, Han Shoror abruptly unfolded his consciousness. His face was as cold as frost as he signaled to Gree and Aamike Cotton who were hiding. Aamike Cotton and Gree had also sensed the abnormality in their surroundings. They immediately prepared themselves as though they were about to face a great enemy. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shoror's heart turned cold. His eyes burst with icy light and he suddenly vanished from where he stood like a ghost. In the next moment, he was standing on the bell tower together with Embark Cotton. It's a large-scale forbidden light magic, Radiant Blast. The caster isn't just one person. They are trying to kill everyone in the plaza. They must be from the Church of Light, Embark Cotton said in a deep voice when he saw that Hanshor had arrived beside him. They came before I even went looking for them. Hanshor coldly groaned as his killing intent surged. Chapter 6:15. Let's not worry about where they are for now. The most important thing right now is to protect the pillars of the empire below. When Embark Cotton saw Hanshor's murderous look, he guessed that Hanshor was preparing to immediately find the person who had released the forbidden light magic and kill them all. If Hanshor immediately set out to search for the spellcaster, the forces protecting the plaza below would lack an important protective barrier like him. Judging from the power of the forbidden magic, Radiant Blast, it should have been set up by several experts of the Church of Light. Embark Cotton didn't have the confidence to completely protect everyone below. Let's first block the power of the Radiant Blast so that the people below won't suffer a calamity. With his reminder, Hanshor immediately reacted and didn't rush to find the person from the Church of Light. It was strange. Hanshor's consciousness covered a wide area. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been unable to find traces of the person. However, when Hanshor sensed the abnormality of the light element in the air above the plaza, he immediately focused his attention, wanting to find out where the perpetrator was. However, he really couldn't find the location of the person. This was somewhat illogical. What's going on? Why did the sunlight suddenly become so dazzling? It's making one dizzy and uncomfortable. I don't know why, but I feel very stifled in my heart. Could it be that a storm is coming? Below the plaza, a few nobles who didn't know what was going on used their hands to shield their eyes and look around. These people often didn't know martial arts or magic, but because of their high status, they still instinctively sensed that something was wrong. As for those experts who were skilled in martial arts and magic, they faintly sensed danger from the abnormality of the light element. However, because the one who had released the Radiant Blast was a top expert of the Church of Light, they couldn't tell what was wrong even though they sensed it. Something's not right. Although King Lawrence's martial arts was very poor, he also sensed danger from the stifling atmosphere around him. I don't know why, but the light element has suddenly become very active. Amy's, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, cultivated in the elemental energy of light and was already a light Grand Magus. His brows were tightly furrowed as he sensed some danger from the flow of the familiar light element. Your Majesty, there might be danger. Let us send you away first. Candide walked to Lawrence's side and proposed with a bow. Lifting his head to look at the dazzling sky, Lawrence hesitated for a moment and began to search for Hanshor's figure in the crowd. However, after making a circle, he discovered that Hanshor wasn't in the dense crowd. This made Lawrence's heart skip a beat. His many years of blind confidence in Hanshor had come into play at this time. Lawrence smiled faintly and said calmly, "It's all right. With Brian here, there shouldn't be any danger. You see, the ceremony hasn't really ended yet. As the most important guest this time, how can I leave early?" Candide was somewhat surprised to see that Lawrence wasn't the slightest bit afraid and could even chat cheerfully and wittily with him. He nodded inwardly, feeling that this king was indeed out of the ordinary. Previously, Candide had seen Embark Cotton and Gree arrive. Having a rough understanding of their strengths, Candide felt somewhat relieved. Seeing that the situation was still unclear, he was in no hurry to continue urging Lawrence. When Hanshor recommended Pegasus and Gree to Candide, he had vaguely pointed out their strengths to Candide. With Hanshor's assurance, Candide believed that the two should truly be as strong as Hanshor had said. He didn't know Embark Cotton's identity, but he did know that Hanshor had said that Embark Cotton was a bit stronger than Gree and Pegasus. Therefore, when he saw that the two had arrived before him, he felt somewhat reassured. Radiant Blast was a forbidden magic that covered a large area of effect. It used the element of light to create a strong light that sprinkled down. All living things within the light's reach would be killed. The more powerful a forbidden magic was, the longer it would take for it to be released. This was especially true for the radiant blast this time. Perhaps the people who had arrived were aware of how terrifying Han and the others were. Therefore, the radiant blast took a little longer to prepare than usual. As time passed, the dazzling light in the sky grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, the people below could no longer keep their eyes open. By the time the entire place was filled with dazzling light and the plaza looked as though it was directly illuminated by the scorching sun, the originally calm nobles were now showing signs of nervousness. The students of the various faculties of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force who had followed their teachers here were panic-stricken. They couldn't help but make a ruckus. Heavens, this seems to be the precursor to the radiant blast forbidden magic of the light element. The person in charge of the Light Academy, Voigtlander, had his suspicions in the beginning. Afterwards, he suddenly recalled the records of the radiant blast on an ancient scroll that he had been researching recently. He suddenly screamed. Voigtlander's scream scared the majority of the people half to death. Not all of these people had strong willpower and were unafraid of death. They all knew clearly in their hearts what forbidden magic meant. As the person in charge of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Voigtlander definitely wouldn't speak carelessly on such an occasion. Therefore, when they heard his scream, many people began to panic. What do we do? What do we do? Forbidden magic? Am I going to die here? Heavens, I shouldn't have come. We're finished this time. Your Majesty, please retreat quickly. This really does seem like the radiant blast forbidden magic of the light element. Below the plaza, all kinds of panic-stricken voices rose and fell. Some students who had never seen the world, as well as those nobles who were greedy for life and afraid of death, were all shrieking like ghosts, scared out of their wits. However, the Lancelot Empire was a country with extremely strict hierarchy. Now that King Lawrence of the Lancelot Empire was here and hadn't left first, although those people were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, scared half to death, they could only stare at Lawrence anxiously and didn't dare to flee in front of him. Your Majesty, looking at this momentum, it should really be the precursor to the forbidden magic radiant blast. This forbidden magic has been brewing for such a long time, its power should be extremely terrifying. Do you think we should leave and lie low for a while? One of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Amy's, advised Lawrence with a calm face. At this moment, Lawrence was also a bit afraid in his heart. However, facing the gazes of so many ministers, Lawrence didn't show it. Although he was laughing bitterly in his heart, his face was still calm as he asked Amy's, if it really is the forbidden light magic radiant blast, then its area of effect should be extremely large. Do you think we can escape in such a short amount of time? Amy's stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile, replying, if it really is the radiant blast, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape even if we immediately escape now. Then that's it. Since escaping is useless, we'll just wait here. Lawrence pretended to be calm as he smiled faintly. Don't worry, with Brian here, nothing will happen to everyone. On the podium, Fanny, who had just completed the handover of her position as dean, smiled confidently and didn't seem to be nervous at all. Yes, as long as that kid is here, this place will definitely be safe. You bunch of cowards, what's there to be afraid of? Who knows, maybe you'll die because Brian can't take care of you if you run out of this area. After witnessing Han Shoror's strength, Firenze and Fanny had the same blind confidence in Han Shoror. They looked sloppily and disdainfully at those cowards as they ridiculed them. With Lawrence saying so, Fanny and Firenze also saying so, those people who were originally trembling with fear and wanted to escape all hesitated. When these people saw that the three of them were staying here so calmly, they pondered in their hearts for a moment before also staying here while trembling. However, they didn't feel confident in their hearts. Why did it suddenly turn dark? While those important figures were pondering in their hearts, a crisp and tender voice cried out in alarm. Everyone raised their heads to look and suddenly discovered that the glaring light in the sky had unknowingly been covered by masses of dark clouds. Those dark clouds were as black as ink, forcibly blocking the glaring light in the sky that was originally shining with boundless radiance. Under the clear sky and bright sun, Those ink-like dark clouds above their heads were like a huge unrolled painting of the night. They forcibly covered the glaring light, causing the day to slowly turn into a pitch-black night. At the same time that this strange change occurred in the sky, a sinister and evil aura enveloped the entire plaza. Streaks of bloody light shot out from an unknown place and sank into the ink-like blood clouds. It seemed to be changing the state of the dark clouds, causing them to become even thicker and more solid. "It's Brian. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any problems." When he saw the streaks of bloody light shooting out from the sky, Lawrence's heart calmed down and he couldn't conceal his pleasant surprise as he cried out. Having known Han Shoror for many years, Lawrence already knew that Han Shoror practiced an extremely mysterious martial technique in addition to necromancy magic. Lawrence was one of the few people who had seen Han Shoror use demonic magic. When he saw the streaks of bloody light appear, he immediately confirmed his guess. He knew that Han Shoror must have begun to resist the radiant blast that was about to be successfully released. "That's right, Brian has made his move." Candide clearly heaved a sigh of relief as he spoke to comfort the crowd. Those who had a close relationship with Han Shoror, or perhaps had seen Han Shoror in action, were greatly reassured after hearing Lawrence and Candide's words. They had no reason to believe that Han Shoror could eliminate the threat caused by the forbidden magic. On the other hand, the majority of the nobles and students who didn't know much about Han Shoror didn't dare to be so confident. They were still nervously looking all around, ready to defend themselves at any moment. "It's coming. Get ready." On top of the bell tower, Han Shoror, Mike Cotton, and Gree had been protecting the surroundings. When he sensed that the radiant blast had been completed, he suddenly shouted. Chapter 616. Han Shoror's soft shout caused Mike Cotton and Gree's hearts to tremble. They could not help but focus their attention to the extreme, fully concentrating on guarding against the oncoming attack of the radiant blast. Han Shoror unfurled his consciousness and clearly observed the changes of the radiant blast at every second. He sensed the high-speed condensation, division, and recombination of the elements of light as he calmly prepared himself. The radiant blast was a type of light attack that condensed an enormous amount of elements of light to form a large area of effect. Based on Han Shoror's understanding of the dazzling radiance in the sky, he knew that the power of this radiant blast was not to be underestimated. The light curtain grew larger and larger as the elements of light became denser and denser. Tens of thousands of dazzling rays of light suddenly sprinkled down from the sky above the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. They were like tens of thousands of light swords, intending to annihilate all living beings below. As the might of the radiant blast was unleashed to its fullest, a solemn and sacred aura also filled the radiant blast, boosting the might of the forbidden magic and enveloping it in an instant. Han Shoror's eyes sparkled as he resolutely raised his head to look at the radiant blast that was crashing down. His heart was as tranquil as still water, without the slightest ripple. The radiant blast not only enveloped the entire Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, but also enveloped more than half of the northern city district. It suddenly came crashing down like a scorching sun, appearing extremely terrifying. All the residents of the northern city district, regardless of what they were doing, stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them looked up at the sky above their heads in horror. Deep fear surged into their hearts in an instant, causing panicked sobs to erupt one after another. The atmosphere of the end of the world instantly filled everyone's hearts. No one knew how miserable their deaths would be. Everyone became extremely terrified amidst the trembling in their hearts. Just as the residents of the northern city district of Osun City were screaming in fear, they suddenly discovered that dark clouds appeared out of thin air and floated above their heads. The dazzling rays of light came crashing down, but were forcibly intercepted by the dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, Osun City's northern district turned from day to night. Dark clouds pressed down, bloody light soared, and shrill whistles rang out repeatedly. All kinds of spectacles suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble. An earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted in the sky. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded at the same time, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Colorful lights appeared in the sky along with the explosion. They were like the most gorgeous fireworks, releasing their beauty to their heart's content. Although the dark clouds in the sky were thick and dense, there were still some places that were overlooked. Dazzling rays of light pierced through the clouds tenaciously. The people and things that were illuminated by the strong light burst apart one after another. Creatures, in particular, were directly turned into ashes and disappeared. In the short span of a few breaths, dozens of dazzling rays of light pierced through the clouds, causing the deaths of dozens of innocent civilians and the collapse of over 100 houses. On top of the bell tower of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shoror sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands, manipulating the blood seether that was churning in the dark clouds. He poured demonic yuan into the blood seether, causing it to emit a dense bloody mist that blended with the dark clouds that Aemike Cotton had condensed using dark magic into the endless night. In addition, Gree the Banshee used her wind magic to mobilize hurricanes at high speed, causing the bloody mist in Han Shoror's blood seether to fuse with the endless night, forming a large area of boundary that enveloped the northern city district. Han Shoror did not know how many people had come this time. However, he was certain that there was at least one base god among them. Otherwise, there was no way he could have released such a terrifyingly powerful radiant blast. After adjusting his body, mind, and spirit to their optimal state, Han Shoror continued to operate the blood seether, continuously producing bloody mist that had special effects. He did his best to make up for every gap and prevent the dense radiant blast from being projected down. Not far away from Han Shoror, Aemike Cotton's body was shrouded in absolute darkness. He was rapidly chanting an incantation with a grave expression on his face. On the rooftop of the library, Gree the Banshee was screaming at the top of her lungs. One hurricane after another was drifting in every direction. As the fierce winds whistled past, the plaza was filled with sand, stones, and dust. "Brian, we can't hold on much longer," Aemike Cotton hastily shouted to Han Shoror beside him after chanting a long and cryptic incantation. Han Shoror, who had his eyes closed, slightly creased his brows. He chanted a short necromancy incantation. Little Skull, riding on a bone dragon, appeared in a flash of light. Little Skull, who was telepathically connected to Han Shoror, descended from the netherworld. His eyes shone with a sinister, icy radiance. The gravestone on his chest emitted a misty green radiance. Innumerable wraiths and gargoyles surged out one after another. They danced in all directions amidst the howling winds, forming a second barrier in the sky. As soon as the second barrier formed by the wraiths and gargoyles summoned by Little Skull was formed, the pressure on Han Shoror, Aemike Cotton, and Little Skull was relieved. They no longer had to deliberately conceal themselves and began to make up for the gaps. The barrier formed by Han Shoror's trio wasn't seamless. Since they had to use all their strength to form a barrier to protect the people below, their energy and strength were limited. They couldn't take care of everything. As a result, the gaps in the first barrier grew larger and larger. However, as soon as Little Skull appeared, he used his divine energy to summon a second barrier. This immediately relieved the pressure on Han Shoror's trio. They no longer had to worry about the gaps in the first barrier. Little Skull was Han Shoror's secret weapon. After he appeared, he formed the second barrier. While sacrificing some low-level wraiths and gargoyles, he truly protected the commoners and nobles of the Empire, preventing them from being threatened by the radiant blast. The radiant blast that the assailants had expended so much effort to create was extremely terrifying. However, it was precisely because it was so powerful that the amount of energy it consumed was also extremely shocking. It was impossible to maintain for long. As expected, not long after Little Skull summoned the wraiths and gargoyles to form the second barrier, the radiant blast gradually reached its end. After the scattered specks of light scattered down, the sky north of Ossen City finally returned to normal. Seeing that the radiant blast had reached its end, Han Shoror calmly issued an order to Little Skull. He also instructed Aemike Cotton to not let down his guard. He immediately closed his eyes and continued to search for traces of the assailants with all his might. With the threat of the radiant blast gone, under Han Shoror's command, Little Skull took the lead in sending the wraiths and gargoyles back to the netherworld, while he himself concealed himself in the shadows. Aemike Cotton also stopped chanting dark elemental incantations. With the relaxation of his mental strength and the blowing of the banshee gree, the dark clouds that had been shrouding everyone's heads rapidly dispersed. The clear sky once again appeared above the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. What exactly happened just now? I couldn't see anything. I only heard the concentrated sounds of thunder. I thought I had been killed by the explosion. Hey! That blinding light has disappeared. The dark clouds have also disappeared. Does this mean that we no longer have to worry and be afraid? It should be fine now. I can no longer feel that suffocating pressure. The crowd below discussed spiritedly. The fear on their faces had turned into doubt. Every one of them looked around curiously, as though they were trying to find the answer to their questions from the changes in their surroundings. Heavens, what happened to those houses? They're all destroyed. An archmage of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force used the levitation spell to fly into the sky after the darkness had dispersed. After surveying the area from afar, he immediately exclaimed, "That's a phenomenon caused by the radiant blast. If any living being is hit by the strong light, they will immediately turn into ashes and disappear. It seems that the radiant blast has descended. However, it seems that 99% of the attacks were intercepted. Otherwise, the situation in the northern city district would definitely not be like this." Ames also flew into the sky and surveyed the surroundings. He walked to King Lawrence's side and respectfully said to Lawrence, "That damned Church of Light. Do they even deserve to preach benevolence to others?" Lawrence gnashed his teeth, his entire body trembling in anger. In the entire profound continent, only the Church of Light, with the most and strongest light magi, could display the might of the radiant blast to such an extent. In addition, the Church of Light had always been at odds with the Lancelot Empire. There was simply no need to think too much to know that there were definitely people from the Church of Light among the attackers. Too despicable, too shameless. Their Church of Light is indeed the greatest evil cult in the world. To actually do such a heartless thing. Old Han was also trembling in anger. He had never expected that the Church of Light would act so crazily. They actually disregarded the lives of so many civilians in Ossen City and released forbidden magic over a large area. This was a violation of the tacit agreement of many countries in the profound continent. The Church of Light's actions could no longer be described as simply crazy. Ames, immediately dispatch soldiers to pacify the people. Candide, investigate for me. We must find the person who committed such a heinous crime, Lawrence ordered, flustered and exasperated. Yes, Your Majesty. Ames and Candide answered simultaneously. They were also extremely furious in their hearts. Didn't I say that it's still safe to stay here? If you didn't listen to me and rashly walked out of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, you might have already been turned into ashes. After the incident, Ferenz let out a light sigh of relief. He disdainfully looked at those who were trembling with fear and wanted to escape and ridiculed them. After escaping death, those people still had some lingering fear in their hearts. Each and every one of them smiled bitterly and shook their heads without saying a word, ignoring Ferenz. Where's that fella Brian? The matter is over. Where did he run off to? Seeing that those people did not refute, Ferenz also felt somewhat bored and did not continue to stare at them. Instead, he looked all around him and asked. After hearing what he said, knowing that Han Shoror had saved all of them, each and every one of them began to search for traces of Han Shoror. However, no matter how they looked, they could not find Han Shoror's whereabouts. A faint line of blood gradually disappeared from a blind spot that no one could see, heading towards the outskirts of the northern city district. Chapter 617. The sky-shrinking shadow-searching technique was a demonic art that was commonly used to search for strange objects. Han Shoror had used this technique to detect a region outside the city where a vacuum had formed. Feeling that something was amiss, he took the opportunity to sneak over. Under normal circumstances, air would fill any place. As long as there was space, there would definitely not be a vacuum zone. Once a region turned into a vacuum, it was definitely man-made, unless it was formed naturally. Given Han Shoror's familiarity with Ossen City, he had never seen a vacuum zone around the northern city district. Therefore, he determined that the abnormality in that region was most likely man-made. The handover ceremony for Fanny as the Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had already concluded. With Mike Cotton and Gree around, in addition to Little Skull watching over them in secret, Hanshaw believed that the dignitaries of the Empire who remained in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force shouldn't be in any danger. Now that he had nothing to worry about, Hanshaw turned into a faint line of blood that was hard to see with the naked eye and quickly flew out of the northern city district, not alerting anyone along the way. The distance from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to the outskirts of the city was only slightly more than 5 kilometers. With Hanshaw's speed, it only took him a few minutes to arrive at the vacuum zone. Upon arriving, Hanshaw only needed to silently observe his surroundings. He was certain that those who attacked the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force must be inside. Right in front of him was a spatial boundary that was condensed with energy. It had opened up a small force field. Behind the boundary, a glaring radiance obstructed Hanshaw's naked eye from peeking inside. Divine aura converged into the shape of a giant cup, filling the boundary and forming a thin layer of protective membrane, isolating Hanshaw's consciousness from sensing anything. Hanshaw narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. He could clearly see that the giant cup formed from divine aura was the divine weapon of the Church of Light, the Holy Grail. On top of the Holy Grail, there were several olive branches radiating with golden radiance. They were also constantly releasing divine energy, maintaining the protection of this region. The divine weapons of the Church of Light had the effect of amplifying light magic. The divine energy contained within could even form a miraculous defensive force. The reason why Hanshaw's consciousness was unable to detect the presence of the intruders in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was most likely due to the divine energy. Hanshaw's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at the vacuum zone formed by all sorts of mystical powers. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Hanshaw, who was hiding in the dark, believed that it would be very difficult for the people inside to discover him. His divine sense spread out, and with this area as the center, it gradually spread out in all directions, carefully searching the surroundings for any unexpected dangers that might appear. At the same time, a few incantations were chanted. Wood Elite Zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, and Earth Elite Zombie flew over from the Netherworld. Under Hanshaw's instructions, they surrounded the vacuum zone in a triangular formation. Fire Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie had obtained enormous opportunities in the Abyss realm. They were still slowly digesting the energy from the two great abyssal demons and could not assist Hanshaw in the short term. Therefore, they could not fully deploy the penta-elemental undead formation. Hanshaw had no idea what kind of strength the intruders in the vacuum zone possessed. As his other two avatars were still recovering in the Cemetery of Death, Hanshaw was afraid that he might encounter the Primordius Dragon. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. He cautiously summoned the 3 active zombies and deployed the incomplete penta-elemental undead formation in advance, in case of emergencies. When all preparations were in order, Hanshaw gave the little skeleton, who had stayed behind at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, an order to come quickly. Only then did he take out a pearl of annihilation with a cold smile, and tossed it into the empty space not far away without the slightest hesitation. Rumble. The pearl of annihilation suddenly exploded in that area, causing the space to instantly distort and collapse. It tore open a few sword-long rifts, allowing the soul piercers to fly in. After tossing out a pearl of annihilation, Hanshaw coldly stared at the vacuum zone in front of him, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. Cough, cough, cough. What's that? Why did it suddenly explode? An urgent voice transmitted into Hanshaw's ears through the rifts in the vacuum zone. I don't know. Could it be that the mixture of several types of magic has caused a bad mutation? An ice-cold voice replied indifferently. Enemies, a loud cry suddenly sounded from within. Following this loud cry, the inside of the vacuum zone suddenly became chaotic. In the instant a few rifts appeared in that vacuum region, Hanshaw, who had been unable to pry into the situation inside, immediately used his consciousness to ascertain the approximate strength of the few people inside through those rifts. As all kinds of energies were mixed within the boundary, Hanshaw still couldn't make out the appearance of the intruders. He could only rely on the acute senses of his consciousness to discern their identities from the aura within their bodies. There were 6 intruders in total. 3 of them had the holy aura of the Church of Light, 2 had bodies and temperaments as cold as ice, likely experts who were not at the Shrine of Ice's snowfield. The last one had a body filled with frenzied explosive energy, yet his soul was strange like that of a shaman. It seemed that after the death of hundreds of thousands of orcs in the Empire of Orcs, the true experts had also joined the fray. There were a total of 6 people. 3 of them were followers of the Church of Light, 2 were demigods, and 1 was a base god with astonishing strength. The 2 experts from the Shrine of Ice were merely sacred magi, the weakest among them. It seemed that after losing the 2 demigods, Ice Celestial Kori and Snow Celestial Tiana, the Shrine of Ice was indeed completely finished. As for that orc shaman, because he cultivated in the energy of summoning, which was considered to be an unorthodox path, Han-Shor couldn't determine the specific stage of his strength for the time being. He only felt that the orc shaman seemed to be slightly stronger than a demigod, but still a short distance away from the realm of base gods. Among the 6, 1 base god, 3 demigods including the orc shaman, and 2 sacred magi who were nothing to be afraid of. In the eyes of the present Han-Shor, such strength didn't seem all that powerful. Therefore, Han-Shor did not continue hiding in the shadows, but came out in the open. He coldly gazed at the space before him, waiting for the 6 to come out. Even if it was only his main body, Han-Shor believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with these 6 people, not to mention that Little Skull, a low god of death, was on the way. "Come out!" Han-Shor coldly shouted. The vacuum boundary abruptly quietened down. Han-Shor sneered incessantly in his mind. He could even feel the fear in the hearts of the 2 sacred magi of the Shrine of Ice. Under Han-Shor's attentive gaze, the boundary in front of him finally gave up its stubborn defense. Streams of divine energy returned to the center of the Holy Grail. The energy maintaining the space boundary also gradually disappeared. Everything rapidly returned to its original state. When the last stream of golden light returned to the Holy Grail, the space before him shattered like a mirror, revealing the original scene. A skinny middle-aged man, wearing a crown of light on his head and holding a Holy Grail with an olive branch in his hand, looked at Han-Shor with a bitter and hateful expression. Beside him were a demigod knight and a demigod light archmage. They were none other than the 2 that Han-Shor had met at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. They were the ones who instigated the primordious dragon to keep Han-Shor in the Abyss Realm forever in the Dragon Valley of the Dark Forest. An elderly orc draped in simple animal skin was looking at Han-Shor with hatred. He looked as though he couldn't wait to pounce on Han-Shor and devour him whole. The last 2 sacred magi of the Shrine of Ice were also looking at Han-Shor with hatred. However, their eyes were flickering. It seemed that their fear of Han-Shor was greater than their determination to exact revenge. "You must be Brian," the skinny middle-aged man wearing a crown on his head asked in a benevolent and tranquil voice. However, his eyes were flickering. Han-Shor put on a faint smile and bowed at him in a friendly manner. Then, he replied, "That's right, Your Holiness. Hehe, you must be very disappointed to see me appear before you, right?" Han-Shor was very astonished when he said those words. He did not expect that the Pope of the Church of Light would personally come to Lancelot City from the Odin Empire, traveling thousands of miles just for him. Not only that, he even chose to launch a sneak attack. It seemed that this Pope of the Church of Light was indeed a madman who would do anything to achieve his goals. It was no wonder that he could become the leader of the strongest religion on Profound Continent. The Light Pope nodded and calmly admitted, "I am indeed very disappointed to see you standing before me unscathed. However, what I feel even more is sorrow for the dark era that Profound Continent is about to usher in. Oh, from what you have said, I am the root cause of the calamity on Profound Continent. Hehe, in that case, shouldn't the lives and deaths of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the northern city district be your concern?" Han-Shor was so furious that he laughed when he heard the Light Pope's shameless words. For the safety of everyone on Profound Continent, some sacrifices are necessary. The Light Pope shouted righteously while looking at Han-Shor. Bullsh*t. Han Shuro pointed at the light pope's face and cursed. He knew that this light pope should be the most fanatical believer of the Church of Light. Han Shuro could not sense too many emotions and desires from the light pope. Instead, the light pope was like a puppet fabricated by the Church of Light. All of his actions and norms were based on the interests of the Church of Light. Talking to him was just a waste of breath. You will pay for the hundreds of thousands of my orc children's lives today. The orc shaman roared when he saw that Han Shuro was being so savage. From his posture, it seemed as though he was about to charge at Han Shuro and risk his life. How could Han Shuro be afraid of him? He sized up the orc shaman with a sneer and mocked, "You orcs are humans, but the people of our Lancelot Empire are not. All along, you orcs have been carrying out endless attacks on our Lancelot Empire. Who am I going to settle the score with for the deaths of the people of Lancelot Empire who have disappeared in the long river of history?" The orcs' territory was barren and therefore they had been attacking the Lancelot Empire for the sake of rich land. After so many years, the number of civilians of Lancelot Empire who had died at the hands of orc warriors was definitely less than 100,000. "I don't care. In any case, you have killed more than 100,000 of our people. You must die." The orc shaman bellowed like a wild beast. Soon after, he really pounced at Han Shuro. Chapter 618. The moment he moved, the berserk energy contained within his body immediately boiled up. That energy boosted his strength and speed, allowing him to arrive before Han Shuro in the blink of an eye. A palm the size of a cattail leaf fan, covered in calluses, grabbed at Han Shuro's neck at lightning speed. The old shaman did not use conventional methods to summon powerful magical beasts, nor did he use any secret shaman arts. It seemed as though neither would work on Han Shuro. Instead, he directly activated the berserk energy contained within his body and launched a sudden close-range attack. This was somewhat unexpected to Han Shuro. The three experts of the Church of Light, the Supreme Pontiff of Light and the two demigods, seemed to have been waiting for the old shaman to make his move. When the old shaman's body suddenly shot towards Han Shuro, the eyes of the three lit up and they attacked together to deal with Han Shuro. The Divine Knight was a step slower than the old shaman. He madly dashed towards Han Shuro from the side. A strange light flashed and a spear glistening with divine radiance appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The spear was 3.5 meters long and was sparkling with golden radiance. It contained an awe-inspiring divine energy. The Supreme Pontiff of Light and the Light Demigod Magus lowered their heads and lowered their brows at the same time, silently chanting cryptic incantations. The Supreme Pontiff was holding the Holy Grail. On top of the Holy Grail was one of the divine weapons, the olive branch. The crown of light on his head also contained an astonishing amount of divine energy. The Supreme Pontiff of Light, who originally only possessed the strength of a base god, was able to gather more and more energy by relying on the Holy Grail, olive branch, and the crown of light on his head. The element of light constantly converged between the three divine weapons and flowed into his body in an unending stream, boosting his strength. The light element demigod sorcerer held a cross in his hand and pressed it tightly against his chest. Rays of golden light were emitted from the cross, and a pair of light wings suddenly appeared on his back. He hovered in the air, and the pair of light wings made him look like an extraordinary person. From the looks of it, the cross that this demigod mage was holding should be one of the artifacts of the Church of Light. This time, the Church of Light had really invested a lot. As for the last two sacred magi of the Shrine of Ice, due to their extreme fear of Han Shuro, when the old shaman made his move and the Light Pontiff and the other two experts made their moves simultaneously, they didn't seem to be able to react in time. They just stood there in a daze, forgetting to coordinate with each other. It appeared that what Han Shuro had done to the Shrine of Ice's snowy domain had deeply shocked them. They didn't dare to act rashly under such circumstances. It would take a long time to describe, but everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. However, because of the marvelous nature of Han Shuro's divine sense, in such a short period of time, he was still able to spy in all directions and clearly imprint everyone's actions in his heart. Calmly staring at the old shaman's calloused hand, Han Shuro narrowed his eyes. A cruel and bloodthirsty glint shone from within. However, his body remained motionless, like a boulder that had taken root. Han Shuo remained motionless. Naturally, the old shaman's large hand landed on his neck. Crack! The old shaman's large hand viciously clasped onto Han Shuo's neck, where the veins were twisting like little snakes. A trace of pleasant surprise suddenly appeared in his venomous eyes. He didn't seem to think that he would be able to succeed so easily. This unexpected pleasant surprise caused him to subconsciously reflect it in his eyes. Creak! The moment the old shaman's large hand tightly clasped Han Shuo's neck, he suddenly exerted force. The berserk energy within his body erupted with a loud rumble like a mountain torrent. He exerted all his strength to tighten his grip. Immediately, a sharp and clear sound rang out from Han Shuo's neck. The old shaman was overjoyed. He felt that Han Shuo wasn't as terrifying as the rumors made him out to be. Harboring resentment towards the deaths of over 100,000 orcs, the old shaman's calloused hand tightened tighter and tighter. It seemed as if Han Shuo's neck would be completely broken at any moment. Whoosh whoosh. The divine knight's sudden whistling sound rang in Han Shuo's ears. That dazzling golden spear suddenly appeared from the side like a venomous snake, stabbing fiercely at Han Shuo's waist. Seeing that Han Shuo's neck was already tightly gripped by the old shaman, the divine knight was reassured. He launched this attack without the slightest bit of concealment or retreat. It was as if he was certain that Han Shuo couldn't move at all and that the battle would end in an instant. It turns out that this guy isn't all that tough after all. It seems that the Shrine of Ice's demise was only because those from the Shrine of Ice were too weak. The divine knight suddenly had this thought as he thrust his spear forward. Fut! The sound of the spear piercing through the intestines clearly entered the divine knight's ears. That beautiful sound made the corner of his mouth curl into a satisfied smile. His heart was filled with carefree joy. However, his joy didn't last long. It was immediately interrupted by a high-pitched, mournful cry of pain. Whoosh! Whoosh! You stabbed me, the old shaman exasperatedly cried out in pain. The divine knight was startled. The satisfied smile on his face vanished without a trace. He stared at the old shaman whose belly had been pierced by the spear in confusion. His heart was filled with incredulity. He couldn't understand why his attack, which should have been aimed at Han Shuo, would ultimately land on the old shaman. Creak! Creak! The old orc shaman was shrieking miserably like he was having convulsions. Even as he cried out in pain, the large hand that was gripping Han Shuo's neck was still exerting force with all its might, producing frightening noises on Han Shuo's neck. However, despite the old shaman's exertion, Han Shuo, who should have died from having his neck broken, had an ice-cold and calm expression in his eyes. There was even a hint of a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, as though he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. It was as though the neck that the old shaman had constricted with all his strength wasn't his at all. The divine knight was shocked. Just as he was about to pull back, a large hand pierced through the old shaman's right chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the hand suddenly pierced into his chest. The golden armor that even the swords and spears of the holy knights couldn't break through was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in front of the bloody hand. It didn't even have the slightest resistance before the hand pierced through the right side of the holy knight's chest. The hand pierced through his body and exposed the palm on his back. At this moment, the divine knight slightly turned his head and looked around. Only then did he discover that Han Shuo's arm was still stuck in the old shaman's chest. At this moment, the divine knight was horrified to discover that the old shaman's arm was still wrapped around Han Shuo's neck. Just the distance between Han Shuo and the old shaman was the length of an arm. Due to the spear piercing through the old shaman's intestines, the distance between the divine knight and the old shaman was at least 2 meters. In addition to the old shaman's thick body, the distance between the divine knight and Han Shuo was at least 4 meters. In that case, just how long was the arm that pierced through the old shaman's body? Was it still a human? The divine knight suddenly felt his blood run cold. His scalp tingled as he looked at the arm that was connected to him and the old shaman. An indescribable fear suddenly welled up in his heart. The contempt he had for Han Shuo had long been thrown out the window. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his body, he pointed at Han Shoror and screamed in pain, "You, what kind of monster are you?" Han Shoror grinned coldly and said, "When you die, go ask the god of light." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge hand that had pierced through the bodies of the two demigods suddenly slashed downwards. This hand seemed to have become a sharp blade in an instant, cutting open the intestines of the two people without any obstruction. Starting from the right side of their chests, the two people's bodies were torn apart. Their bloody intestines mixed with their kidneys and lungs spilled all over the ground. With another wave of the hand, the upper bodies of the two demigods were also torn apart. The two demigods who were alive and kicking just a moment ago were now reduced to 4. However, they were no longer alive. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. The nauseating smell of blood pervaded the air. Before the Light Pope and the demigod Magus could finish their cryptic incantation, the battle had already ended. The two of them raised their brows slightly, their eyes revealing a look of unwillingness to watch. As for the two sacred magi of the Shrine of Ice, the confidence that they had just mustered collapsed with a loud bang. An even deeper fear assaulted them in an instant, completely crushing their willpower. They panted heavily and could no longer muster up any thoughts of revenge. "Oh, you still want to escape with your soul? Hihi, not a bad idea. But I'm sorry." After tearing the two bodies into 4, Han Shoror was about to turn around and deal with the two from the Church of Light when his consciousness suddenly detected that the old shaman's soul had yet to dissipate. Instead, it was drifting away with the wind. As long as a soul was gathered and did not dissipate, it could often be reborn using a powerful soul magnetic field and a new medium through special methods. That divine knight of the Church of Light was not proficient in the arts of the soul. Therefore, after his physical body was destroyed, his soul gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. There was definitely no hope of rebirth. Seeing that the old shaman's soul was drifting away with the wind, Han Shoror let out a low cry. He raised his hand and flicked. A streak of black radiance struck the old shaman's soul. The black radiance guided the old shaman's soul to be captured by Han Shoror and imprisoned in the ring that Gilbert originally wore. For his soul to not dissipate after his death, this old orc shaman's soul energy was pretty good. It was very suitable for Han Shoror to refine some demonic weapons that required a powerful soul as a primer. Naturally, Han Shoror was captured and brought back by Han Shoror. "Let me go. I'm going to fight you to the death, you shameless bastard." After falling into the ring, Han Shoror could hear the old orc shaman's unreconciled bellow through the ring's miraculous function. "What a pitiful guy. You are already dead. How are you going to fight me? Hihi, in a few days, I will use your soul to refine something. When that time comes, you will lose your consciousness and be under my control forever. Don't you think that will be very interesting?" Han Shoror laughed evilly. His consciousness entered the ring and conveyed such a malicious message to the old shaman. This made the old shaman even more restless and irritable, but he was powerless to do anything. The old shaman's soul fell into the ring. Even though he knew that his future would be tragic, he could do nothing but wait for the arrival of doomsday. There was nothing he could do. Chapter 619. After getting rid of the divine knight and the old shaman, Han Shoror's eyes focused on the Light Pope and the demigod Magus. As for the two sacred magi from the Shrine of Ice, Han Shoror completely disregarded them. On one hand, it was because the two of them were weak. On the other hand, it was because they had already lost all will to fight and fear. Even if they had the same strength as Han Shoror wouldn't take them seriously, let alone two sacred magi. From the moment the divine knight and the old shaman charged at Han Shoror, the Light Pope and the demigod Magus had never stopped chanting their incantations. Only when the divine knight and the old shaman were pierced through by Han Shoror did the two of them raise their heads to look at the old shaman and the divine knight with grief in their eyes. However, it was only a glance. Soon after, the Light Pope and the demigod Magus lowered their heads and continued chanting something. The incantation was long and difficult to understand, and the tone was heavy and oppressive. It was as though they were brewing some extremely terrifying killing intent. The divine knight and the old shaman were dead. When Han Shoror turned to look at the Light Pope and the demigod Magus, he discovered that the two of them were still chanting something as though there was no one around them. It was as though they had no idea that Han Shuro was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey, ready to kill them at any time. This kind of undistracted concentration gave Han Shuro a bad feeling. This feeling was very sudden and strange. Therefore, Han Shuro did not act rashly. Instead, he became even more cautious. The Light Pope and the demigod Magus possessed unfathomable willpower that did not fear death. However, the two sacred magi from the Shrine of Ice were much more vulnerable. Han Shuro's cold gaze did not linger on them. However, the two of them, who were fearful of Han Shuro, felt that Han Shuro's target had fallen on them. After the Shrine of Ice was destroyed, the two of them had thought of avenging the Shrine of Ice. This time, it could be said that they had put their hopes into action. But when they stood before Han Shuro and saw him coldly and cruelly finishing off the Divine Knight and the old shaman with ease, the fear that they had been suppressing due to the destruction of the Shrine of Ice exploded in an instant, shattering their already shaky resolve for revenge. The fear in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Finally, the two of them could not hold it in any longer and started screaming hysterically. In an instant, the two sacred magi of the Shrine of Ice seemed to have suddenly gone mad. They opened their mouths and fired a series of ice magic at Han Shuro in rapid succession. Ice shards roared as they rolled towards Han Shuro, while their broad-bladed ice swords glinted with crystalline cold light as they ruthlessly stabbed at Han Shuro. At the same time, the two sacred magi who had been attacking frantically actually did not retreat. Their faces were filled with complex expressions of fear and resentment. Han Shuro let out a soft gasp of surprise. He knew that these two sacred magi from the Shrine of Ice were simply too terrified. Their actions were already mixed with too many chaotic emotions. There was no need to fear them at all. However, as they had participated in the attack on the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, in addition to the fact that they were top-notch experts of the Shrine of Ice, Han Shuro naturally would not let them leave alive. Amidst the roars of ice that filled the sky, Han Shuro suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, Han Shuro appeared out of thin air in the path that the two sacred magi had to take in order to retreat. He unfolded the demonic blades in his two hands. It was as though two gigantic and bewitching flower buds had suddenly bloomed in his palms. With a twist of his wrist, the originally pure white and cold flower buds were stained with scarlet blood, dyeing the two enormous flowers into an incomparably gorgeous and beautiful state. On the backs of the two sacred magi, a bewitching flower had similarly bloomed. It was just that the wounds were a little more sinister and the blood that flowed out was also a little faster. With two muffled groans, the two sacred magi who had their minds blinded by fear laid cleanly on the ground. They were dyed blood red by two patches of grass. It was a rather beautiful sight. Clang! Han Shuro retracted his fingernails and casually shook his hand. A few drops of blood flowed in all directions. You two, do you still want to keep up the act? Of the 6 attackers, 4 had already been killed by Han Shuro. There were only 2 experts from the Church of Light left in front of him. Only then did Han Shuro look at them and speak unhurriedly. Contrary to Han Shuro's expectations, the 2 experts from the Church of Light remained indifferent to Han Shuro's questioning. They remained silent like old monks in meditation. A feeling of uneasiness welled up in Han Shuro's heart. Looking at the backs of the 2 in front of him, Han Shuro felt that they were an eyesore for no reason. His mood was also a little irritated. After his demonic arts had reached the carnal realm, Han Shuro's state of mind would rarely be disturbed in battle. This made him even more cautious towards the 2. After staring at the 2 for a while, Han Shuro coldly snorted and took a few steps back. The corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile as he took out another pearl of annihilation. With a flick of his index finger, the pearl of annihilation suddenly shot towards the 2. Just as the pearl of annihilation was about to make contact with the 2 of them and explode, the space in front of the 2 of them suddenly rippled as if a small stone had been thrown into a calm surface. Before the pearl of annihilation could explode, it disappeared in a flash, as if it had disappeared into the water. In the next moment, the space in front of the 2 distorted in a strange manner. Under the watchful eyes of Han Shuro, This distortion only lasted for a few breaths before it returned to normal. Due to his connection with the Pearl of Annihilation, Han Shoror could clearly sense that the strange distortion in the space was caused by the explosion of the Pearl of Annihilation. Even with the connection between him and the Pearl of Annihilation, he discovered that the place where the Pearl of Annihilation exploded was extremely far away from where he was. In other words, just as the Pearl of Annihilation was about to strike the Light Pope and the two, it was suddenly pulled into a spatial rift and exploded in another unknown and mysterious space. Han Shoror quickly understood the situation with his consciousness. He was startled and immediately rejoiced at his cautiousness. Fortunately, he did not recklessly charge towards the two. Otherwise, he would have been pulled into the spatial rift by the Light Pope and the two. He would not have been able to return until his divine energy was exhausted and he would have died. How do they understand the profound edict of space? A question immediately leaped into Han Shoror's mind. He stared at the Light Pope and the two with puzzled eyes. Using the edict of space to create a spatial rift out of thin air and pull the enemy's attack or even life into a spatial rift devoid of natural elements was something that only gods who truly cultivated in the edict of space could do. The Light Pope and the demigod Light Elemental Mage should have cultivated in the elemental energy of light. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for them to create such a mysterious and complicated spatial rift. However, the reality before his eyes told Han Shoror that everything was true. The space in front of them had indeed formed a spatial rift circle. If he were to recklessly enter it, he would very likely fall into a trap formed by high-level edict of space and be pulled into a spatial rift devoid of any elemental energy. Before he understood the situation, Han Shoror really did not dare to recklessly barge in. Of the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces, the most mysterious were the Edict of Destiny and the Edict of Space. The number of gods who cultivated in these two forces was the least. Those who could cultivate in them were even rarer. Most people would not dare to recklessly touch these 2 edictal forces, and Han Shoror was no exception. Extremely puzzled, Han Shoror could not help but take a few steps back. He secretly sized up the Light Pope and the demigod Archmage in front of him. He unfolded his consciousness and did all he could to pry into every part of the two's body, trying to find the secret of the Edict of Space trap around them. There were no abnormalities in the body of the Light Pope. The elemental energy of light, mixed with divine energy, flowed into the Holy Grail and the olive branch in his hands. The crown of light on his head glowed with a golden radiance and connected with his vast mental strength. However, the source of his energy was still the elemental energy of light, so there was no problem. As for the demigod Archmage who was tightly grasping the cross, his body was even cleaner than the Light Pope's. Han Shoror could not detect any trace of the Edict of Space on his body. Moreover, his strength was relatively weak. Logically speaking, the Edict of Space trap around them should not have been created by him. What the hell is going on? Han Shoror was perplexed. A ripple appeared in his tranquil state of mind. Han Shoror's brows were tightly knitted. He did not give up on trying to figure out the abnormality in front of him. His consciousness dispersed into thin threads that were hard to be seen by the naked eye and wrapped around the Light Pope and the demigod Archmage. The consciousness belonged to the most mysterious and formless energy. It had no physical form and was untraceable. Han Shoror first tentatively released a strand of his consciousness toward the Light Pope bit by bit. Suddenly, a wondrous feeling occurred. A deathly still and desolate black hole suddenly leaped into the senses of Han Shoror's consciousness. That black hole was emitting colorful rays of light, twisting and throbbing, and emitting chaotic edict of space energy. Han Shoror knew that it was a tear in space. Borrowing the strength of that strand of consciousness, he carefully sensed it and discovered that the strand of consciousness was indeed not affected by the tear in space. It was not affected by any kind of energy. Han Shoror secretly praised the miraculous demonic arts and felt relieved. He left most of his consciousness in his brain. Only that strand of consciousness gradually moved forward, carefully avoiding the tear in space. Little by little, it advanced toward the Light Pope, who was clearly within reach but seemed to have a long way to go. When doing this, Han Shoror's attention was unprecedentedly focused. He could not afford to be distracted. That strand of consciousness was like a slippery loach, slithering gracefully in a muddy swamp. It was neither impatient nor greedy as it approached the light pope little by little. Gradually, under Han Shuor's careful probing, the incomparably wondrous consciousness really did avoid the tear in space and arrived at the narrow space where the light pope and the demigod archmage were staying. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Han Shuor suppressed the joy in his heart and used that tiny strand of consciousness to wander around the light pope's body, meticulously probing every corner of his body. When that strand of consciousness slowly reached the mouth of the Holy Grail and was about to enter the Holy Grail to see what was going on, he suddenly heard a voice from the Holy Grail. "Who are you?" Chapter 620. Who are you? These 3 words made Han Shuor turn pale with fright. He had never expected that such an unfamiliar voice would come from the Holy Grail in the hands of the Light Pope. Who are you? After recovering from his shock, Han Shuor subconsciously transmitted this message, which was the same as the question in the Holy Grail. I can tell that you are not the master of the Holy Grail. So, are you a friend or an enemy of the master of the Holy Grail? The consciousness in the Holy Grail asked after a moment of silence. However, it did not state its identity. Enemy. Han Shuor replied concisely after a moment of hesitation. Han Shuor had no need to lie. No matter who the person in the Holy Grail was, or how powerful he was, Han Shuor was confident that he could escape unscathed. Since that consciousness was in the Holy Grail, it was very likely that it had been imprisoned using a special method. Therefore, Han Shuor appeared very calm. Very good. The consciousness in the Holy Grail said decisively. Under Han Shuor's attentive listening, it hurriedly said, "As you have guessed, I am imprisoned in the Holy Grail. However, the one who has the ability to imprison me is naturally not the master of the Holy Grail. Using the special seal of the Holy Grail, the master of the Holy Grail can activate the Holy Grail to obtain some of my abilities. The spatial fissures in the surroundings were released by the master of the Holy Grail using my powers. Well, since you are the master of the Holy Grail, I have to tell you that the master of the Holy Grail is still borrowing my powers. In about 2 minutes, the time in this area will be locked. As long as you are in this area, you will not be able to move and can only be killed by the master of the Holy Grail. There is absolutely no chance of escape." Han Shuor was shocked. He knew that gods who cultivated in the Edict of Space did possess the miraculous ability to temporarily stop time. The stronger one's divine energy and the higher one's realm, the greater the area of effect and the longer the duration of the effect would be. In a battle between 2 people, especially a battle between high-level gods, a single second of carelessness could often end the battle. Imagine, once you attacked your opponent, time would stop just as you were about to hit your target. In this state, your opponent would be able to take advantage of this time gap to kill you in an instant. This was indeed very terrifying. Han Shuor's heart sank when he heard this from the person inside the Holy Grail. From the urgent tone of the person inside the Holy Grail, Han Shuor believed that the person was not joking, so he immediately asked, "How wide is the range of effect?" "A radius of 100 miles, the person in the Holy Grail replied. Heaving a sigh of relief, Han Shuor transmitted, "If you have a solution, tell me quickly. Otherwise, I will leave for the time being." I don't know how your soul can pass through the spatial barrier, but since your soul can come here, you must be able to see the spatial cracks around you. As long as you follow my instructions and strike a point on a spatial crack, you will be able to break through the spatial barrier and reach the master of the Holy Grail unimpeded. Since the master of the Holy Grail used the Holy Grail to deal with you, it means that he will not be a match for you if he does not rely on the power of the Holy Grail. In other words, as long as you can walk in, he will be at your mercy. The consciousness inside the Holy Grail methodically analyzed the situation, clearly explaining the real situation. Han Shuor was silent for a moment, then he suddenly transmitted, "How can I trust you? It doesn't matter. If you don't believe me, when time stops, and you are not here, the master of the Holy Grail can use my power to perform a short-distance spatial jump and retreat easily." While the two were communicating, some time had passed unknowingly. Han Shuor knew that if he did not make up his mind now, he would have to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, what awaited him would be the time stop, and he would be locked on by time, easily killed by the light pope. All right, point out the location of that spatial crack. I will break the point that maintains the balance. Han Shao agreed after a moment's hesitation. That spatial crack has rare jade-green stripes. The jade-green stripes form a circle. As long as you strike the center of the circle, you will be able to break through the spatial barrier and come in easily. Seeing that Han Shao had agreed, the voice inside the Holy Grail could not wait any longer and immediately relayed its instructions. After making up his mind, Han Shao did not hesitate at all. He immediately separated a strand of consciousness and immediately followed the instructions of the Holy Grail. He began to wander around the spatial cracks that were hard to see with the naked eye. Consciousness was invisible and formless, but it truly existed. Following the instructions given by the voice of the Holy Grail, Han Shao did not waste a second and found the spatial crack. Dazzling, multicolored rays of light appeared in front of Han Shao's consciousness at a dark and gloomy cave entrance. This kind of light was gentle and bright, resembling the movement of stars in the vast starry sky. It appeared extremely mysterious and unfathomable. In a remote corner of the cave entrance, there was an inconspicuous crevice. Like streamers, the jade-green stripes formed an irregular arc. His consciousness paused for a moment. After Han Shao had ascertained that this spatial crack was his target, Han Shao's body remained motionless. Suddenly, the consciousness in his brain expanded and formed a force that shot directly at the center of the arc formed by the jade-green stripes. Swoosh! A faint, almost inaudible, strange sound came from that point. The destruction of a fulcrum had affected the entire space barrier. The barrier formed by the Edict of Space that had enveloped the Light Pontiff and the Pope of Light was now rippling violently. In an instant, all the consciousness that had been released instantly returned to Han Shao's body. At the same time, Han Shao, who had sensed the disappearance of the spatial barrier, did not hesitate. He shot towards the Light Pope who had suddenly stood up. A ball of icy flame immediately enveloped the Light Pope. The Light Pope's body stiffened. He maintained his standing posture but could not move. The demigod Light Magus who had tightly grasped the olive branch was an enemy that Han Shao wanted to get rid of, just like the Divine Knight. After restraining the Light Pope in an instant, Han Shao easily swatted the demigod Magus with his large hand. Unlike the Light Pope, the demigod Magus who had sensed that something was amiss was still silently chanting something. He had absolutely no idea that Han Shao had launched a fatal attack. Bam! Like a smashed watermelon, the head of the demigod Magus was smashed. Brain juices and blood spurted out. He maintained his original posture and fell limply to the ground. Unlike the Divine Knight, this Light Magus had some degree of mastery over soul energy. After his head was smashed into a smashed watermelon by Han Shao, his soul, like the old shaman, did not dissipate. Moreover, it was struggling with all its might. Han Shao had always been very fond of fellows whose souls did not dissipate after the death of their physical bodies. Such powerful souls were very useful. Not only could they be used to refine spiritual magic weapons, but they could also be used to refine puppets with special uses, such as mystical demons. From low to high, demon generals were divided into 4 types: original demon, yin demon, mystical demon, and spirit demon. After the death of the 12 mystical demons, Han Shao did not refine any more demon generals because he wanted to refine the highest grade of spirit demon. However, this kind of spirit demon of the highest grade had the possibility of unlimited evolution. The refining conditions were also very harsh. The most basic requirement was to use a powerful soul as a primer. Even if there were millions of low-level vengeful spirits, it would still be impossible to successfully refine a spirit demon. The so-called powerful soul was a good thing that could congeal and not dissipate after the death of the physical body. After collecting the old shaman's soul, Han Shao was already very happy. He did not expect that this demigod Magus would also have a powerful soul. Han Shao's mood was even better. With a sinister smile, he extended his hand and flicked his finger. A black radiance floated out from his fingertip and firmly locked the soul of the demigod Magus, pulling it into the ring on his palm. Trying to run? Not so easy. Han Shoror laughed heartily and put away the ring. He was in a very good mood. After taking care of the demigod Magus, all that was left was the Light Pope, who was restrained by the mystical glacial spellfire. Looking at the Light Pope whose eyebrows and hair were covered in frost, Han Shoror did not hesitate to snatch the Holy Grail from his hands. Using his consciousness, Han Shoror once again established a connection with the consciousness within the Holy Grail. Thanks to your help, I have captured the master of the Holy Grail. Although I don't know who you are or where you come from, you did help me. But no matter what, you did help me. I think we can try to be honest with each other. Maybe we can get some unexpected gains. Don't you think so? The Light Pope had only used the power of the Holy Grail to form space-time fissures in the surroundings. Moreover, it seemed to be able to temporarily stop time. From these clues, the consciousness within the Holy Grail must be very powerful. Although he had helped Han Shoror did not dare to rashly release him before the situation was clear. If he harbored malicious intentions, Han Shoror was not confident that he could escape his attack. Therefore, he could not release him. Where is this place? The consciousness within the Holy Grail did not answer Han Shoror's question. Instead, it took the initiative to ask about his current situation. Ossen City, Lancelot Empire. Han Shoror was startled, but he still answered. The consciousness within the Holy Grail kept silent for a moment before asking in a somewhat strange voice, which material plane is this? Profound continent. Never heard of it. The question and answer were concise and clear. After the consciousness said never heard of it, the two suddenly turned silent. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror probed, where are you from? Those who cultivate in the Edict of Space generally have no fixed abode. They are considered as passers-by on other planes. Han Shoror was speechless. After a short pause, he helplessly asked, then, how did you end up imprisoned in the Holy Grail? I was sealed in here by Jar, one of the 3 Guardians of Light, a subordinate of the God of Light. 3 Guardians of Light? A direct subordinate of the God of Light. Han Shoror was startled and asked urgently. That's right. Jar is one of the 3 most powerful Guardians of Light under the God of Light. He possesses late-stage high god strength, the consciousness within the Holy Grail fiercely replied. It seemed that it had a lot of resentment in its heart. Chapter 621. Late-stage high god strength. Han Shoror was greatly alarmed. It was only after his 2 avatars had cultivated to the low god realm that Han Shoror truly realized the might of a high god. To the current Han Shoror, a late-stage low god expert was simply an unimaginable expert. Han Shoror knew that even if he were to face a mid-stage low god in a one-on-one battle, let alone a late-stage low god expert, his avatar would be enough to deal with him. It was only after the 3 souls had fused into one that Han Shoror was confident of winning. High gods were truly powerful existences. Late-stage high gods were even more terrifying. They were the most powerful existences below the overgod realm. They were almost invincible existences below the overgod realm. Since Jar was a late-stage high god, the soul that he had personally sealed in the Holy Grail must be in a high realm as well. Thinking of this, Han Shoror didn't dare to rashly entertain the idea of helping him out of this predicament. If this person didn't know how to repay kindness and coveted the power of faith of this profound continent, then Han Shoror wouldn't even have the strength to retaliate. He could only look on helplessly as this person took everything he had. Why would he want to seal you? Han Shoror asked cautiously, his heart filled with anxiety. During the Battle of the Gods, as someone who cultivates the laws of space and time, I helped an old friend open up a planar passageway that connected the 2 battlefields. In the end, Jar lost that battle, and he was defeated. After the battle, Jar learned of my interference and despicably ambushed me with his men. He separated my divine soul from my divine body and imprisoned my soul in this Holy Grail. I don't know where he sealed my divine body, the person in the Holy Grail explained to Han Shoror in a bitter smile. Han Shoror did not know whether what he said was true or not. He was rather afraid of this person. He slowly digested the meaning behind his words and remained silent. How can you still use the edict of space when your divine soul and divine body are separated? Han Shoror asked in a deep voice. To Han Shoror, this unknown cultivator of the edict of space was extremely dangerous because he had the ability to stop time. Han Shoror would always be on guard against anyone who posed a threat to him and was not a friend. He would not do anything that he would regret in the heat of the moment. Although my divine body isn't here, this Holy Grail is special. Giles didn't want me to die, so before he imprisoned me, he left a very small portion of my divine power in the Holy Grail. On one hand, it's to maintain my soul, and on the other hand, it's to allow the owner of the Holy Grail to use a portion of my power through the light magic formation he cast on the Holy Grail. Just a small portion of his divine energy was enough to create a spatial barrier and stop time. Just how powerful would this person be if his divine body and divine body were to fused? The more Han Shoror listened to his explanation, the more apprehensive Han Shoror became. And the more this was the case, the more reluctant Han Shoror was to agree to help him. You were sealed in the Holy Grail by Jar, and the Holy Grail was handed over to this Holy Light Pope. Then, can that high god named Jar use the Holy Grail to sense your existence? Will Jar cross planes to find you because the Holy Light Pope lost the Holy Grail? Han Shoror asked cautiously after pondering for a moment. He knew that if that Jar came to find him because of the soul in the Holy Grail, he would be undefeatable on Profound Continent. Even a heretic like himself would not be able to escape this calamity. Therefore, Han Shoror wanted to make sure of this in advance. I know what you're worried about. Perhaps the person in the Holy Grail had been imprisoned for too long. He was very interested in conversing. The more he talked with Han Shoror, the more relaxed his tone became. The fact that Jar brought me here means that this place must be extremely far away from a high-level material plane. I reckon that this place is just a low-level material plane. The gods categorized the planes into barren planes, low-level planes, middle-level planes, and high-level planes. Among them, the population of barren planes was sparse, the land was limited, the living beings there were backward, the elements were thin, the energy ores were scarce, and there were no real gods. The low-level planes had their own civilization, the population was around 1 billion, the land was relatively vast, the elements were normal, the energy ores were okay, and there were gods who had cultivated to the level of low-level gods. The civilization of the middle-level planes was more developed, the population was in the tens of billions, the land was very vast, the elements were very rich, and the energy ores were innumerable, and there were mid-level gods living there. The high-level planes were also in the same category, but they had a population of at least 10 billion, the land was boundless, the elements were very rich, and all kinds of mysterious rocks were very rich. Han Shoror learned this information from Bekimos. After returning to the Profound Continent, according to the gods' classification of material planes, Han Shoror learned that the Profound Continent could barely be considered a low-level material plane. Although the Profound Continent's land area could be considered vast, the total population was less than 200 million. There were also low gods. However, until now, Han Shoror had only seen one primordial dragon. According to the classification of material planes, the Profound Continent could barely be considered a low-level material plane. On the other hand, the Abyss Realm could truly be considered a low-level material plane because its population exceeded 1 billion, its land area was relatively vast, and it once had 5 demon kings of the Abyss. After hearing the person in the Holy Grail describe the Profound Continent as a low-level material plane, Han Shoror helplessly replied, "That's right." According to the gods' classification of material planes, this continent could barely be considered a low-level material plane because the population of this continent is less than 200 million. There are also very few low gods. Oh, since you know about the classification of material planes, it seems that you aren't an ignorant person. The soul in the Holy Grail was rather astonished. However, he did not ask Han Shoror anything but continued, "I know that you are worried that Jar might come to this material plane. You can rest assured about that. Given his identity and status as a late-stage high god, he definitely wouldn't pay attention to such a low-level material plane. Even if he had something to do, he would send his subordinates to do it. Jar must know that I'm on this material plane because he placed me here to prevent anyone from finding me. But unless he encounters something major that has to do with me, he definitely wouldn't send anyone to retrieve the Holy Grail. Therefore, you can rest assured that even if someone were to come, it definitely wouldn't be Jar. Han Shor sneered in his heart when he heard those words. Soon after, he looked at the frozen Holy Pontiff and asked the soul in the Holy Grail, "If I were to kill the Master of the Holy Grail, would it affect you in any way?" "Not at all. Just do as you please." This guy is very annoying. All these years, he has been trying to get the profound truths of the Edict of Space and Time from me. He even ludicrously promised me great benefits. Haha, he's just a puny base god. What kind of benefits could he possibly give me? Han Shor stretched out his hand and pressed it on the Holy Pontiff's head. Then, he sent out a secret energy from his palm and turned the Holy Pontiff's brain into mush. Just like the old shaman, the Holy Pontiff's soul was very powerful. His soul would not dissipate even after death. Therefore, his soul was naturally collected by Han Shor. The Holy Grail, the olive branch on the Holy Grail, the radiant crown, the cross, their robes, space rings, the bone necklace worn by the old orc shaman, and other things that Han Shor found useful were all plundered by Han Shor. The party that attacked the academy was all killed by Han Shor. Not a single one was spared. Apart from the so-called saintess who seemed to be unable to leave the sacred mountain, the Church of Light's most powerful experts were all killed by Han Shor. It seemed that in the entire profound continent, only the primordious dragon could contend against him. What about you? After everything was in order, Han Shor put away all the spoils of war. He then took the Holy Grail and transmitted to the person inside it. The soul inside the Holy Grail was silent for a long time before he let out a faint sigh. He transmitted, "I know what you are worried about. In fact, your worries are completely unwarranted. Your vigilance is very laughable to me. A mere low-level material plane is nothing in my eyes. Those of us who cultivate in the Edict of Space don't care about the power of faith in such a low-level material plane. Furthermore, I am inside the Holy Grail. Without any spells to control me, I cannot utilize any Edict of Space. My divine energy is too weak to break free from the shackles of the Holy Grail. Moreover, my divine body is not here. Even if I were to come out of the Holy Grail, I would not pose a threat to you. You don't have to be so cautious around me. My apologies. You really are not a safe person. I don't know what you will do after you escape. Well, at the moment, I don't want to help you escape. Of course, I might not have the ability to do so. For the time being, I can only trouble you to stay inside. Wait until I figure out some things and become powerful enough to not be afraid of your potential threat. At that time, I will accept your kindness today and let you out." Han Shor remained unmoved. However, his words could be considered sincere. I didn't expect you to let me out immediately. I firmly believe that it takes time for people to get familiar with each other and understand each other. And what I have the most is time. I hope you can keep the Holy Grail for yourself and communicate with me when you have the time. I have been alone for far too long. To be able to talk to you from time to time is a very happy thing for me. Well, I believe that I know more about the various material planes and the various gods than you do. If you have any questions, perhaps asking me is a very good way." Han Shor was stunned for a moment. Then, he was delighted. He immediately transmitted, "Then I will thank you in advance. It is true that I don't know much about high-level material planes. As a powerhouse who cultivates in the Edict of Space, you will naturally be able to provide me with a lot of help. Well, don't worry. Once I can be sure that you don't have any bad intentions, or if I am confident that you are no longer a threat to me, I think I will do my best to get you out of the Holy Grail. If the help you give me makes me feel that you are friendly enough, perhaps I will even find a way to find your sealed divine body and help you truly resurrect. This will give you a chance to settle the score with your enemies. Then, it's a promise." That person chuckled softly. He seemed to be in a good mood. It's a promise. Han Shor was in an even better mood. He gladly agreed. Chapter 622. None of the 6 who came to attack Lancelot Empire survived. Han Shoror could be considered to have avenged the civilians of Osun City who died in the Radiant Blast. More than half of the divine weapons of the Church of Light were plundered by Han Shoror. The soul of the Light Pope was also imprisoned by Han Shoror. From then on, apart from the Saintus on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, the vast Church of Light no longer had any experts available. What delighted Han Shoror the most was the soul inside the Holy Grail. As an interplanar wanderer who cultivated in the Edict of Space, he must be very familiar with the affairs of the major material planes. With the help of that person, Han Shoror's understanding of the vast universe would no longer be that of a blind man groping an elephant. Han Shoror casually wiped away the 6 corpses. Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness and carefully sensed the situation in the surroundings. He found nothing out of the ordinary. After storing the Holy Grail, Han Shoror suddenly moved. He turned into a faint shadow and returned to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force in the north of Osun City. Han Shoror's body moved, but before he could fly 1,000 meters, he discovered that Little Skeleton was rushing over on his bone dragon. During the battle just now, as Han Shoror had heard the words of the person inside the Holy Grail, he was afraid that Little Skull would also suffer if time was locked. Therefore, he used the soul connection with Little Skull to let Little Skull temporarily stay at the city gate. After the Light Pope was subdued by Han Shoror did not send any message to Little Skull. Therefore, he stayed there and did not move. Little Skull waited for a while. When he did not receive any message from Han Shoror, he was somewhat worried about Han Shoror. Without waiting for Han Shoror to give any further orders, he quickly rushed over. After Little Skull became a god, Han Shoror could no longer use necromancy to restrain him. The reason why Little Skull and Han Shoror still obeyed Han Shoror after becoming a god was because the two of them had unknowingly established a bond that was stronger than the power of the contract. Therefore, the Little Skull could not disobey Han Shoror's orders. Once the Little Skull felt that Han Shoror was in danger, it would ignore its previous orders when it was worried about Han Shoror. As soon as the Little Skull saw that Han Shoror was safe and sound, he immediately sent a message. "Father, are you alright?" "Hehe, it's nothing. I forgot to tell you in advance." "Alright, you don't have to worry. I'm done here, so I'll send you off," Han Shoror replied with a smile as he used a necromancy spell to send the Little Skull back to the Netherworld. In the Netherworld, the Little Skull still had a lot of things to take care of. Not only did he have to expand his territory in the Netherworld, but he also needed to take over the faith of the undead creatures that he had subdued. Moreover, there were many secrets within the gravestone that the Little Skull had yet to unravel. Therefore, unless something major happened, Han Shoror would not waste the Little Skull's time. The Little Skull vanished in a flash of strange light. Han Shoror continued to fly towards the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. After a few minutes, Han Shoror, who had not been gone for long, once again landed on the plaza of the academy. Mike Cotton and Gree were silently waiting for the dignitaries of the Empire on the plaza. With just a glance, Han Shoror knew that there were no more attacks after he left. The reason the dignitaries of the Empire did not leave immediately was that they were scared out of their wits by the Radiant Blast just now. They thought that Han Shoror was in the vicinity and therefore stayed here, hoping to receive Han Shoror's protection. The tragic scene caused by the Radiant Blast was still there. Many people outside could only watch helplessly as their loved ones were turned into ashes by the Radiant Blast. They were still weeping loudly. These dignitaries of the Empire did not dare to step out of the perimeter. King Lawrence's expression was calm. He seemed to have forgotten about the danger that had just occurred. At this moment, he was wearing a bitter smile as he listened to Feren's complaints. Fanny, who was dressed in formal attire, had a serene expression on her face. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile as she watched her father pressuring Lawrence. She complained about the hardships of the people of the southern border and insisted that Lawrence give more compensation to the soldiers. Over the past few years, the Lancelot Empire's treasury had been emptied due to the successive wars. Lawrence simply could not fork out that many gold coins. However, he also understood Feren's difficulties. He understood that as the barrier of the Empire, the soldiers of the southern border had indeed sacrificed a lot of their lives. Lawrence could only force a smile as he listened to Feren's complaints and demands. He clearly explained the current difficulties of the Lancelot Empire. "I don't care. The people of the southern border have sacrificed tens of thousands of lives for the safety of the Empire. After so many years of war, orphans and widows can be seen everywhere. Many people don't even have enough to eat. If the Empire cannot solve the most basic problem of food and clothing in the southern border, how can the masses be convinced?" Ferenz glared at Lawrence. He did not have the timidity that a subordinate should have. In the entire Lancelot Empire, Ferenz was perhaps the only person who dared to yell at Lawrence in such a manner. Han Shoror could use his own power to make Lawrence change his decision, but he would not yell in such an ungentlemanly manner. Although Lawrence was being yelled at by Ferenz, he did not get angry. That was because he understood Ferenz's importance to the Lancelot Empire better than anyone else. He also understood Ferenz's loyalty to the Empire. Back when his father was still alive, Ferenz had been like this. This temper could not be changed at all. Now that the relationship between Fanny and Han Shoror had been confirmed, Lawrence needed to rely on Ferenz even more. Ferenz's request was also reasonable. If the treasury was full, Lawrence would have distributed the compensation without Ferenz's request. However, he really did not have any money. No matter how much Ferenz yelled, Lawrence would not be able to produce any gold coins. "All right, stop yelling. Lawrence really does not have any money. It's useless even if you yell yourself hoarse." Han Shoror's lazy voice suddenly sounded. As soon as his voice faded, Han Shoror appeared out of thin air beside Fanny. No one clearly saw how he appeared. "Brian, what's going on? Are you all right?" Lawrence hastily asked as soon as he saw Han Shoror appear. Han Shoror smiled faintly and said in a relaxed manner, "I'm fine. I just took a stroll outside the city and took care of a few scoundrels." "Is it someone from the Church of Light?" Candide appeared from an unknown corner and asked in a gloomy voice. As soon as he said that, everyone's gazes suddenly focused on Han Shoror, waiting for Han Shoror's explanation on the matter. Nodding his head, Han Shoror said lazily, "That's right. Moreover, the Light Pope personally took action. He must have been forced into a corner. He knew that after the Shrine of Ice was destroyed, the next target would be their Church of Light. Therefore, he took the initiative to attack us first. Do you know where the attacker is? Since he dares to come to our Lancelot Empire alone, we can't let him leave so easily," Candide asked sinisterly, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. The attack on the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force made Candide feel extremely humiliated. He had indeed received news of the attack beforehand. However, even though he had made so many preparations, he was still unable to nip the problem in the bud. The attack still happened. This caused Candide to blame himself very much. Therefore, he was eager to redeem himself. Han Shoror shrugged his shoulders and smiled mischievously. He took out the light crown that the Light Pope always wore, as well as the cross and the Church of Light's Holy Grail, the olive branch that represented God's will. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Han Shoror calmly said, there were a total of 6 attackers. Among them were 2 sacred magi of the Shrine of Ice, an old shaman with demigod strength from the Orc Empire, a divine knight and a demigod magus from the Church of Light, and the terrifyingly powerful Light Pope. However, they are all dead. Not a single one managed to escape. Therefore, there's no need to waste energy on them. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Han Shoror dumbfoundedly. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. No one said a word. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. They knew that Han Shoror was very powerful. This was vaguely evident from the rumor that Han Shoror had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of orcs with his undead creatures at South Border City, and destroyed the Shrine of Ice. However, they had no idea just how powerful Han Shoror actually was. However, at this moment, after listening to Han Shoror's languid speech, everyone could roughly guess just how powerful Han Shoror was. 2 sacred magi, 3 demigod experts, and the Light Pope who was practically invincible on Profound Continent. Every single one of the 6 was a legendary character. Some of the demigods were even experts who were said to be invincible. Yet, these incomparably powerful existences were all killed by Han Shor alone in the short span of half an hour. What did this mean? Invincible, true God. This was the definition of Han Shor in the crowd's heart. Why aren't you saying anything? Han Shor couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said to Lawrence, I told you that I would help you unify profound continent. If I didn't have some strength, how would I dare to make such a big statement? Lawrence, who had a lifeless face, finally came to his senses after hearing Han Shor's words. He looked at Han Shor with a bitter smile and said, Brian, sometimes I feel that you aren't a human at all. The things that happen to you are always so unimaginable. Doesn't this mean that you are even more powerful than the founding hero, forefather Embark Cotton? Old Han was either too excited or stunned by the fact that he had guessed. His body was trembling as though he was having an epileptic fit. His fingers were tightly clenching his thighs and his face was in pain. Upon hearing his words, Han Shor smiled again. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Embark Cotton, who was hiding in the shadow of the clock tower. He knew that Embark Cotton could hear the conversation below and found Old Han's words very interesting. You can say that. But be careful, forefather Embark Cotton will be angry if he hears you say that. Han Shor winked at the clock tower and said to Old Han with a grin. Forefather has disappeared for more than 500 years. He's definitely long gone. Ha ha, he can't hear us, Old Han said carelessly. That might not be the case, Han Shor thought to himself. Soon after, he tossed all the divine weapons of the Church of Light, excluding the Holy Grail, to Ferenz and said smilingly, Weren't you complaining about being poor? Sell these things, it'll be enough for you to rebuild 2 armies at the southern border. These so-called divine weapons of light were of no use to Han Shor. None of his friends cultivated in the elemental energy of light. They were useless to him. He might as well sell them for Ferenz to make up for the poverty of the southern border. Clang! Clang! The crown of light smashed onto Ferenz's body. Ferenz trembled from head to toe as he hugged the few legendary sacred objects of the Church of Light. He looked at Han Shor speechlessly. Chapter 623. These so-called sacred weapons were of no use to Han Shor. However, on Profound Continent, those who would be interested in these items would be as numerous as the school of carps in the river. They would scramble to snatch them. Ferenz's eyes were lifeless. He hugged the sacred weapons of the Church of Light and was momentarily at a loss as to what to do. He knew that if he were to auction these items, he would be able to obtain a lot of profit. However, the sacred weapons in his hands originated from the Church of Light. If they were to be leaked out, the Church of Light would definitely do everything in their power to retrieve them. Han Shor had even gotten rid of the Light Pope. The Lancelot Empire and the Church of Light would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. If the Church of Light were to obtain these sacred weapons from Han Shor, it would undoubtedly be a great boost to the Church. Brian, forget it. Let's not sell these sacred weapons, Lawrence suddenly said with a troubled expression. Han Shor shot a glance at Lawrence with a smile that wasn't a smile and leisurely said, Don't worry. Even if the Church of Light were to use gold coins to retrieve these items, there's nothing to fear. Even the Light Pope was killed by me with these items in his hands. What kind of waves can the others cause? That's not what I meant. Lawrence laughed involuntarily. He pointed at Amy's beside him and said to Han Shor, Why don't you take a look at Amy's? Han Shor was stunned and immediately turned to look at Amy's. Amy's eyes flickered and focused on the sacred weapons of the Church of Light in Ferenz's hands. His mouth moved as though he wanted to say something, but he hesitated and did not speak. With just a glance, Han Shor immediately understood and cursed himself. He knew that he had overlooked one point: Amy's cultivated in light magic. Amy's was Han Shor's brother-in-law. Although Han Shor did not have a deep friendship with him, Emily was his younger sister. Back then, before Han Shor became famous, Amy's had helped Han Shor a lot. Although Han Shor did not place these sacred weapons of the Church of Light in his eyes, to Amy's, they were unimaginably attractive. Oh, look at how stupid I am. I almost forgot that Mr. Ames also cultivates light magic. Han Shoror fiercely slapped his head and pretended to be enlightened. He said to Ferenz, "Well, we should keep the goodies within the family. Let's give this to Mr. Ames." Ames, who had been hesitating on whether or not he should speak, hurriedly waved his hands when he heard Han Shoror's words. "It's too valuable, too valuable. This won't do." Ferenz held these sacred weapons that could be exchanged for enormous benefits for the southern border. He looked at Han Shoror and then at Ames, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Father." Fanny, who was beside Ferenz, coughed lightly. Sigh. Ferenz let out a sigh and reluctantly handed the item over to Ames. He snorted and said, "Your luck is really King good. This is a fortune that can be used to form 2 legions. Yet, it was obtained by you just like that. How can I accept it? How can I accept it?" Ames excitedly rubbed his hands. His handsome and refined face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. Although he said that he was embarrassed, he had already spread his hands apart. "Forget it if you're embarrassed." Ferenz despised hypocritical people the most. In addition to the anger in his heart, just as the sacred weapons were about to fall into Amy's open hands, his expression suddenly turned serious and he actually withdrew them. Ames spread his hands apart and looked at Ferenz in extreme embarrassment. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He randomly said, "This, that." No one knew what he was trying to express. Fut. When Fanny saw that Ferenz was deliberately teasing Ames, she could not help but laugh. The others could also see that Ferenz was deliberately teasing Ames because he was angry and could not help but laugh. All right. I will get Jack to give you some compensation money. Don't be so petty." Han Shoror smiled at Ferenz and said loudly, "Say so earlier." Ferenz muttered and heavily smashed the few treasures into Amy's palm. He snorted and said, "You hypocrites are the most annoying. You obviously want it but still pretend to be sincere." Ames awkwardly smiled and did not say anything. The treasures in his hand had diluted all the unhappiness in his heart. He also knew Amy's character and naturally would not bear a grudge over such a small matter. "Brian, give me at least 1.5 million gold coins. Otherwise, I won't allow Fanny to enter your house." Ferenz rolled his eyes at Ames and laughed sinisterly as he threatened Han Shoror. "Father." When Fanny heard Ferenz's words, she glared at him and shouted angrily. Ferenz was not afraid of anything except Fanny. When she shouted, he immediately shrunk his head. However, his gaze was still fixed on Han Shoror. For the millions of soldiers and civilians in the southern border, Ferenz could even throw away his old face. No problem. Han Shoror knew of Ferenz's painstaking efforts for the people of the southern border. He was also somewhat touched and straightforwardly agreed. Although Han Shoror had not been in Brettel City for a long time, he was still very clear about the financial situation of Brettel City. In the past 5 years, Brettel City had not experienced any war and had been painstakingly managing various high-profit industries. It was truly overflowing with wealth. Due to the special circumstances of the Lancelot Empire, even Lawrence had no way of getting Brettel City to spend the money elsewhere. Only Han Shoror could do so. To Brettel City, a mere 1.5 million gold coins was not a problem at all. Just the resources that Gree and Pegasus had plundered from the Shrine of Ice were worth more than 2 million gold coins. As for the rest of the items, if they were converted into gold coins through the Boot Merchant Guild, they would be worth more than 3 million gold coins. Good son-in-law, you are really straightforward. Haha, I like you more and more. Ferenz immediately shouted and laughed heartily when he heard Han Shoror's cheerful agreement. All right, there should be nothing else. All right, everyone can disperse now. Han Shoror looked around and said warmly. Most of the dignitaries of the Empire who had come to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had yet to recover from the shock. Each and every one of them was still incomparably excited as they continuously pondered over the conversation between Han Shoror and Lawrence. To them, a sacred grade expert was already the pinnacle of experts on Profound Continent. Existences that had surpassed the sacred grade and reached the demigod realm were only heard of in legends. They had never even heard of existences that surpassed the demigod realm. When they learned that Han Shoror might have reached a terrifying realm that was unimaginable to the average person, each and every one of them had extremely complicated feelings. However, most of them were more excited than anything else because Han Shoror was a citizen of Lancelot Empire. In the midst of their shock, they vaguely saw the scene of Lancelot Empire dominating the entire profound continent. This gave them new expectations for the future, and they started to think about how they could obtain the most benefits for themselves in the upcoming upheaval of the continent. I won't say any more superfluous words. The Empire is truly blessed to have you, Lawrence said sincerely as he tightly grasped Han Shoror's hand before leaving. The Empire is also blessed to have you, Han Shoror said courteously and smilingly as he watched Lawrence and the palace guards leave. Candide stood beside Han Shoror with a gloomy face. After everyone had left, he let out a slight sigh and said, "It is indeed the Dark Mantle's dereliction of duty to not be able to nip the problem in the bud this time. You don't have to blame yourself. The ones who came this time were far more powerful than you could have imagined. Even if you weren't in charge of the Lancelot Empire's safety, you still wouldn't have been able to prevent them." Han Shoror consoled. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Moreover, didn't the Dark Mantle already reduce the damage to the minimum and punish the culprit?" "How could that be?" Candide had a puzzled look on his face. He said in a puzzled manner, "These things were all done by you, but I've always been a member of the Dark Mantle. My actions also represent the Dark Mantle's actions, don't they?" Han Shoror smiled as he looked at Candide and reminded him seriously. Candide's mood improved a bit after hearing Han Shoror's words. However, he still shook his head with a wry smile and said, "It's still not quite the same." After a pause, Candide's face suddenly turned solemn as he solemnly said to Han Shoror, "Oh right, Brian, with your contributions to the Empire, you are completely qualified to become the new ruler of the Dark Mantle. You will become the one giving orders above the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. Do you want to take over the Dark Mantle?" Han Shoror smiled and refused, "No need. The Dark Mantle is quite good in the hands of the 3 of you. If it was before, I might have been interested. But now, forget about it." "Why?" Candide asked in astonishment. Looking at Candide with a beaming smile, Han Shoror asked in reply, "Don't you think that the current Dark Mantle is a bit too small for me?" Candide was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Yes, with your current strength, the Dark Mantle is indeed a bit too small for you in the context of the entire profound continent. Sigh, I really didn't expect that you would progress so quickly as I watched you grow step by step. It's so fast that it makes one dumbfounded and dizzy. Compared to the time when you were an errand slave here, the current you has really undergone an earth-shattering change." Candide sighed endlessly. With these words, Han Shoror seemed to have returned to the past. He recalled the time when Candide hid in the darkness and lured him into the Dark Mantle. Han Shoror couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. He asked, "Right, I've always been curious. Why did you specifically seek me out and recruit me into the Dark Mantle? With your status, you shouldn't have taken a fancy to me when I was weak back then, right?" "That's because I saw ambition in your eyes. Ambition is the most important thing for anyone who wants to achieve great things. You already possessed this at that time. In addition, you also had the perseverance and willpower to put your ambition into action. This is already very rare. In addition, you were somewhat mysterious at that time. In order to better understand you, I appeared and recruited you into the Dark Mantle," Candide explained seriously. "So that's how it is." Han Shoror nodded. Soon after, he rubbed his chin and said proudly, "It seems that I have quite a few good points." Chapter 624. With Han Shoror's consolation, Candide was in a slightly better mood. After exchanging a few words with Dean Emma, he hurriedly went back to deal with the miscellaneous affairs. Han Shoror gestured to Gree from afar. Gree and Pegasus were the 2 heavyweight experts that Han Shoror had placed in the Dark Mantle. With the 2 of them in the Dark Mantle, some of the previously unsolvable missions would no longer be a challenge. The Dark Mantle would also be able to better serve the Lancelot Empire. The dignitaries of the various empires vanished together with Lawrence. Before they left, they expressed their sincere gratitude to Han Shoror and vaguely expressed that they would stand by Han Shoror's side no matter what. Han Shoror was well aware of what they were scheming. Today, Han Shoror had come to terms with everything. He feigned civility and politeness before sending them off one by one. Amy's left with Firenze before Can died. Before leaving, Amy's only took a glance at Han Shoror from afar. From his gaze, Han Shoror could understand his excitement and gratitude. Amy's only left after Han Shoror nodded with a smile on his face. Han Shoror understood that after experiencing today's events, it was likely that no one in the entire Lancelot Empire would dare to go against his side before he died. As long as he was in the Lancelot Empire, not only the dignitaries of the Empire, even King Lawrence would have to act according to his wishes. There shouldn't be anyone who was reckless enough to go against his will. Everyone gradually disappeared. Han Shoror arrived at the necromancy general store that he once stayed in for a period of time. Beside him were the three goddesses of the Lancelot Empire. They listened to Han Shoror's narration of those days with a calm expression. From time to time, they would furrow their brows and pursed their lips into a smile. Hee, I've always been ambitious. Power, wealth, and women were the goals I pursued in the past. Today, I have everything I should have. Thinking back to all the interesting things and ambitions I had in the past, I still feel that it was very interesting, as if it happened just yesterday. The warehouse hadn't changed much. The narrow wooden bed was still there, and the surroundings were still piled with useless materials from necromancy experiments. It looked messy and disorderly. The three goddesses that every man in Lancelot Empire yearned for even in their dreams stood side by side behind Han Shoror, looking at the wide-open wooden door of the warehouse together with him. They listened to Han Shoror's description of this place that was filled with emotions. Their hearts were at peace and their expressions were at ease. You were very dishonest back then. Now that I think about it, it turns out that you were the one who caused so much chaos in the necromancy major. Heh. The corner of Fanny's mouth hooked into a faint smile as she recalled how Lisa had been ambushed by a little skull in the middle of the night and had chased the little skull everywhere. Then, she saw Fanny's expression change as she asked Han Shoror, "Oh right, since you've come to the academy, have you seen Lisa? She really wants to see you. I've heard her talk about you a lot these past few years." That's strange. Why hasn't Lisa been around these past 2 days? Logically speaking, she wouldn't have left if she knew that you were coming to the academy. How come I haven't seen her? Strange. I've seen her. Han Shoror looked at the warehouse in front of him and recalled all the interesting things that had happened between him and Lisa. Now that he thought about it, those things had become unforgettable memories. Just thinking about it made Han Shoror's heart happy. You've seen her? Fanny exclaimed softly, appearing a bit surprised. Coughing lightly, Han Shoror turned his head a bit awkwardly and looked at the three girls. He smiled sheepishly. There are some things that I need to explain to you. When the three girls saw Han Shoror's expression, a foreboding premonition arose in their hearts. Phoebe's face immediately darkened as she stared fiercely at Han Shoror and asked, "Explain what?" Fanny started and immediately revealed a thoughtful expression. Before Han Shoror could explain with a wry smile, she spoke first. "Ari, Lisa is quite pitiful. She's been waiting for you silently all these years. Even when you've clearly expressed your rejection, she's never given up. Not to mention that when you were in the dark forest, Lisa and I were ambushed by the deep-water venomous python in the pond. You touched every inch of our bodies, and Lisa's first kiss was also stolen by you. Also, enough. What's going on?" Phoebe interrupted before Fanny could finish. She frowned at Han Shoror and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" It's just like what you're thinking. That's it." Han Shoror smiled wryly and spread his hands, no longer concealing anything. Why can't you get rid of this bad habit of yours?" Phoebe was furious. A few days ago, Han Shoror had promised them that he wouldn't continue to flirt with other girls. He'd even said that the preposterous things in the past were caused by the special martial arts techniques he practiced. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen again after a few days? Phoebe couldn't help but be angry. Emily also sighed in her heart, but didn't say much. She was a woman who completely prioritized Han Shaw. Although she was also a little uncomfortable in her heart, she wouldn't express it in front of him. This, Brian, should I not have come? It was at this moment that a timid, low voice sounded faintly from behind the three girls. It's all right. I've asked you to come at this time so that you can see them. Han Shaw consoled softly. Seeing Lisa's timid appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. In these few days, because Lisa's memories had just been left in her soul by Han Shaw, her mind was in a mess. She'd been silently digesting those jumbled and enormous memories in her room. She didn't even come to the handover ceremony for Fanny to become the new dean. Before she began to sort out and digest her memories, Han Shaw had told her to come find him at this place after she had sorted everything out. Han Shaw had calculated the time and knew that Lisa would probably finish digesting her memories during this period of time. That was why he had brought Fanny and the other two girls to wait for her, all in order to properly resolve this matter. After Han Shaw's gentle consolation, Lisa still appeared a little timid. On one hand, she knew that her role wasn't honorable. On the other hand, it was because Fanny, Phoebe, and Emily were all well-known strong women in the Empire. Not only were they all valiant in strength, but they also had complicated backgrounds. After her family's fortunes declined, Lisa felt a little inferior. It was normal for her to feel inferior in front of the three most dazzling women in Lancelot Empire. This lass. When Phoebe saw that Han Shaw treated Lisa so gently, she felt angry and her attitude wasn't friendly. She shot a cold glance at Lisa and snorted, "Little lass, you're quite capable. You've charmed him in just a few days. Not simple at all." Lisa panicked and hastily waved her hands to explain, "It's not what you think. I've known Brian for a long time, even longer than you guys. What's the use of knowing him long ago? Don't think that I really don't know that you nearly caused his death back then. Now that you've seen Brian prosper, you won't let him go. Isn't that right?" Phoebe had experienced all kinds of despicable things in the business world for so many years and had mixed in her subjective imagination when looking at problems. She took it for granted that this was the case. "Phoebe, what are you saying? Lisa is my student. I know better than anyone what kind of person she is. If it was really like what you said, I would have already explained it clearly to Brian. You don't know anything. Can you not hurt him in such a short time?" Fanny felt that Phoebe's words were a little harsh. Although they were on the same side, she couldn't stand it anymore. In the past few years, Phoebe and Fanny no longer had any estrangement. Because of Han Shaw's departure, the three women often met each other. Through recounting some of the interesting things that happened between them and Han Shaw, they diluted the strong longing for Han Shaw after he was gone for a few years. Thus, their relationship had become very close. Hearing Fanny's words, Phoebe didn't refute Fanny. She only frowned and sized up Lisa. Perhaps it was because of Han Shaw's tenderness and protection for Lisa, but Phoebe found Lisa to be an eyesore no matter how she looked at it. She continued in a cold voice, "You've also seen that Brian already has the three of us. No matter what you're planning, you should know when to back off. No matter how you look at it, you're not worthy of Brian." I love him." Lisa's eyes immediately welled up with tears when she heard Phoebe's words. She stubbornly looked at Han Shaw and softly shouted, I love him. Love, do you know what love is?" Fanny sneered. Thinking of Han Shaw's constant fickleness, the more she thought about it, the more hatred she felt. She huffed angrily, "Any love mixed with benefits is not called love." It seemed that she didn't agree with Fanny's words. She still thought that Lisa seduced Han Shaw because she was vain because of Han Shaw's status and power. "I love him, not mixed with any benefits. Moreover, my love is not any less than yours," Lisa screamed, her eyes brimming with tears. Towards the end of her words, she could only helplessly look at Han Shaw, as if Han Shaw was the only thing that mattered. "I don't believe it," Phoebe coldly snorted. "I believe it." Unexpectedly, Fanny and Emily, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said in unison, You too?" Phoebe was stunned. Shortly after, she angrily looked at Fanny and Emily. She couldn't understand why the two of them would help an outsider. Enough. Han Shoror coldly snorted as he unhappily looked at Phoebe. There's no need to say anything more about this matter. Lisa will be your younger sister in the future. As her elder sister, take good care of her. Don't make things so unpleasant. The more Han Shoror protected Lisa, the angrier Phoebe became. She coldly said, I don't recognize this younger sister. Compared to Emily and Fanny, Phoebe's possessiveness was too strong. She had endured her resentment for Han Shoror's fickleness for too long. Finally, it exploded on the matter of Lisa. There was a limit to Han Shoror's patience. Seeing Lisa crying and Phoebe being so overbearing, the domineering nature in his bones erupted. He angrily said, I don't care if you recognize me or not. If you can't stand me, then leave me. Don't criticize my decisions. The cold and arrogant Phoebe suddenly pointed a finger at Han Shoror in disbelief, her voice trembling. What did you say? If you can't stand me, then leave. Han Shoror was angry in his heart as he coldly said. He pulled the crying Lisa away, not giving Phoebe another glance. He's actually so heartless to say such things. Phoebe suddenly cried out and murmured to herself as soon as Han Shoror walked away. Chapter 625. Han Shoror heard Phoebe's bitter cries clearly, and his heart was a little sour. It was just that Phoebe's possessiveness was a little too strong, and what she did just now was really too much, which made him very uncomfortable. Is she okay? Lisa saw Han Shoror's gloomy face, and lowered his head as if he had done something wrong, and asked Han Shoror in a low voice. Forcing an ugly smile, Han Shoror sighed softly and comforted Lisa. It's okay, she'll be fine after crying. Fanny and Emily did not follow. Han Shoror knew that the two of them were trying to persuade Phoebe with kind words. With the two of them watching over Phoebe, Han Shoror felt a lot more at ease. Since getting along with the three women until now, this was the first time Han Shoror got angry. This time, he also knew that he did something wrong, but he just couldn't control his temper. From the beginning with Emily, Phoebe had always been the biggest obstacle. When it came to Fanny's matter, Phoebe's outburst was also very fierce. This matter seemed to have become a habit. Once Han Shoror had some problems with any woman, Phoebe would always fly into a rage because of jealousy, and he needed to constantly flatter and comfort her to beg for her understanding. The root of everything was because Phoebe's love for him was too deep, and this was something Han Shoror understood in his heart. However, Phoebe's outburst again and again was a little too frequent. In addition, the current situation had already been set, and it was impossible for Han Shoror to only protect Phoebe. If she was allowed to continue pestering him endlessly, not only would Han Shoror be annoyed to no end, but Phoebe might also take an inch and take a mile. A man could not let a woman ride over his head forever. Usually being obedient didn't mean fear, and occasionally flying into a rage could better control the situation. If it wasn't for the fact that Phoebe's words were a little too harsh, Han Shoror might have persuaded her with kind words as usual, slowly dispelling the dissatisfaction in Phoebe's heart. How about I go back and clear things up with her? Lisa was still thinking of Han Shoror, and felt very guilty as she looked timidly at Han Shoror. Shaking his head, Han Shoror smiled wryly and said, Forget it, she must find you to be an eyesore right now. I know Phoebe's stubborn temper the best, let's let her calm down for now. Brian, I'm sorry. Lisa started, her face full of self-blame and tears welling up on her little face. Rubbing Lisa's long, silky hair, Han Shoror comforted her. It's nothing to do with you. Phoebe has held it in for a long time and will explode sooner or later. This isn't a bad thing. All right, don't think too much about it. Just relax and sort out the things in your mind during this time. I also have some matters to attend to and will need to leave for a while. When I return, I'll find Phoebe and have a good talk. I think her anger will have subsided by then and she won't continue to cause trouble. Come back soon, I'll miss you. Lisa lifted her head to look at Han Shoror and said obediently. After chatting with Lisa for a while, Han Shoror had her return to the necromancy teaching block. His consciousness circled around Phoebe's area. Seeing that Phoebe had stopped crying after being comforted by Emily and Fanny, Han Shoror felt slightly relieved and quietly left the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. After finding Aamike Cotton, Han Shoror communicated with him and left Ossen City. Making use of the convenient transportation matrices in the major cities, Han Shoror quickly returned to the Cemetery of Death in the Dark Forest. Within the Cemetery of Death, his two avatars were still silently recovering from the injuries they had sustained last time. In the Cemetery of Death, where the element of death was dense, the necromancy avatar's recovery speed was a bit faster. It looked like it would be able to fully recover in no time. His avatar of destruction was a little slower, but judging from the situation, it wouldn't take long. On one hand, Han Shoror had returned to the Cemetery of Death to get a clear understanding of the situation in the lowest layer of the Cemetery of Death. On the other hand, he had collected the souls of the Light Pope and the other two. He planned to use their souls to refine a demon general of the highest grade into a spirit demon. As his avatar of death was still recovering, Han Shoror wasn't in a hurry to explore the so-called secret of becoming a god in the lowest layer of the Cemetery of Death. Instead, he started laying down the matrix to refine a spirit demon. Long before the disappearance of the 12 mystical demons, Han Shoror had been paying attention to collecting the materials needed to refine a spirit demon. Back in the Abyss Realm, Han Shoror had obtained a large number of rare and exotic treasures. In addition to the many years of harvesting on Profound Continent, he had gathered all the materials needed to refine a spirit demon. The reason why he hadn't started yet was that he still lacked the most important, powerful souls. Now that he had the souls of the Light Pope, the Old Shaman, and the demigod Magus, Han Shoror could finally start. According to the memories in his head, Han Shoror first carved out a complicated diagram of a matrix on the empty ground in front of the Cemetery of Death. Shortly after, he summoned Earth Elite Zombie and had him cut the ground neatly according to the diagram on the empty ground. After these initial arrangements were in place, Han Shoror started to pour in a large amount of the required materials. On the potholed ground, he placed all kinds of strange and bizarre materials. 3 oval grooves were located at the 3 corners of the matrix. Bloody bubbles were bubbling from the grooves, filling the air with a pungent stench. Han Shoror walked to the edge of the first groove, broke his middle finger, and dripped 3 drops of his blood essence into the groove. Due to the 3 drops of blood essence, the bubbling grooves were like boiling water that suddenly boiled. Multicolored smoke rose in spirals from the grooves, but gathered half a meter above the grooves. It was a very strange sight. After that, Han Shoror also dripped 3 drops of his blood essence into the other 2 grooves. They melted into the bloody bubbles and formed a strange fog that didn't disperse. Sitting on a raised platform at the center of the matrix, Han Shoror pressed both his hands on the smooth and translucent magical guiding stone on the platform. An enormous amount of demonic yuan suddenly gushed out, directly pouring into the magical guiding stone. In an instant, the magical guiding stone exploded with dazzling demonic light. The dozens of fine grooves connected to the magical guiding stone started to writhe like living snakes, and started glowing together. Looking down from above, those fine grooves seemed to form a drifting spiderweb, swaying and twisting in various poses. It was a different kind of enchanting beauty. Those grooves were like a channel that transported some kind of liquid. Through the magical guiding stone, with Han Shoror's demonic yuan as the primer, the various energies contained within the grooves gathered midway, and finally converged into the 3 grooves where Han Shoror had dripped his blood essence. The Cemetery of Death couldn't see the sun or the moon, and thus didn't have a clear sense of time. After an unknown amount of time, the magical guiding stone gradually lost its brilliance. On the contrary, the 3 grooves that were the source of gathering energies were bubbling with bloody bubbles. The strange fog that didn't disperse emitted a strong, colorful light. It looked very sinister. Han Shoror, who had been sitting on the magical guiding stone all this time, suddenly stood up and flew above the first groove. He carefully took out the ring and grabbed the soul of the weakest demigod Magus. With lightning speed, he shot it into the fog above the first groove. In an instant, the thick fog seemed to boil and emit a dazzling light. A ghostly wail and wolf-like howl suddenly rang out from within. Han Shuror had a callous expression on his face. With a sway of his body, he arrived above the next groove. He pulled out the old shaman's soul and threw it into the thick fog above. When Han Shuror threw the light Supreme Pontiff's soul into the thick fog above the last groove, the entire matrix seemed to have come alive. It was as if it had become a monster with 3 eyes. Those fine grooves seemed to have become densely packed scars on the monster's face, twisting and wriggling like earthworms. It was an extremely terrifying sight. 3 mournful wails that didn't sound like human wails came from the fog above the 3 grooves. They continued to create terrifying noises. Han Shuror didn't even crease his brows. He once again landed on the central platform and sat down cross-legged. He pressed his hands on the magical guiding stone once more and poured out the demonic yuan in his body, providing the 3 spirit demons with the power to evolve for the first time. Another long period of time passed by unknowingly. The continuous and terrifying sound waves had been shouted for thousands of times, and finally, it gradually calmed down. On the platform, Han Shuror revealed a rather tired expression. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the 3 spirit demons that had fallen into hibernation. He then slowly stood up from his cross-legged position. After taking a deep breath, Han Shuror no longer paid any attention to the slowly evolving spirit demons. He flew to the center of the cemetery of death, took out a few finger-sized medicinal pellets from his space ring, and swallowed them without chewing. His main body then sat down next to the large-scale interplanar transportation matrix in the cemetery of death and began to regulate his breathing. Not too far away from Lin Li, his necromancy avatar, who had been sitting there for God knows how long, suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. It stretched comfortably, twisted its somewhat stiff arms and neck, and revealed a satisfied smile. Soon after, it walked towards the bottom of the cemetery of death. After a period of recuperation, his avatar of the element of death had finally made a full recovery. It felt even better than before the battle at the Shrine of Ice. It had also gained a deeper understanding of the elemental energy. Because this soul possessed the memories of a mid-god, it had a very deep understanding of the elemental energy of death. However, knowledge was one thing, it was still different when it came to using it. The precious experience gained from the battle with that god from the Shrine of Ice had significantly improved Han Shuror's control of the elemental energy. Although this avatar of his had suffered serious injuries in that battle, the gains he had reaped were far greater than the losses he had sustained. After the battle, by relying on his new understanding of the elemental energy, Han Shuror had a feeling that he could rapidly make a breakthrough to the mid-stage low-god realm. This made Han Shuror extremely excited. A mid-stage low-god would definitely be much stronger than an early-stage low-god. Not only would one's understanding of the elemental energy improve, but even one's strength and domain of divinity would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 626. Step by step, he made his way to the bottom of the cemetery of death. The boundaries that previously had some effect on Han Shuror were no longer of any use. Han Shuror walked unimpeded all the way to the entrance of the last layer of the boundary before stopping for a moment. It wasn't that this layer of boundary could obstruct Han Shuror in any way. It was just that Han Shuror habitually paused for a moment before gazing at the boundary in front of him. He attached his soul to the boundary and carefully sensed it for a moment. After becoming a low god, Han Shuror didn't have much expectations for the so-called secrets of becoming a god in the next layer. The trip to the Abyss realm allowed Han Shuror to more or less guess the contents of the secrets of becoming a god below. Since he himself had become a low god twice, the secrets of becoming a god naturally didn't hold much interest for him. The reason why Han Shuror still wanted to explore was that entering the next layer of the Cemetery of Death had always been a wish of his. Han Shuror also wanted to see if there was anything else that could tempt him apart from the secrets of becoming a god that he no longer valued. The boundary in front of him was formed purely from mental strength. After obtaining the divine soul of a mid-god, Han Shuror recognized the function and layout of this boundary at a glance. Instead of trying to force his way in like he did in the past, Han Shuror merely stretched out his hand and pressed it on the invisible boundary. His mental strength moved and his entire body melted into the boundary like water. He didn't cause any strong backlash from the boundary. After walking into the last layer of the cemetery of death, Han Shoror looked around and discovered that there was only a rhombus-shaped mirror in the center. A simple magical matrix for storing mental strength was drawn on the back of the mirror. Other than that, there was nothing of value in the surroundings, causing Han Shoror to feel somewhat disappointed. With just a glance at the rhombus-shaped mirror, Han Shoror understood that it was also a special device for leaving messages. He walked to the front of the rhombus-shaped mirror and pressed his hand on it. The aura from the skeletal staff in his body surged into the mirror, and the rhombus-shaped mirror instantly lit up. A blurry silhouette emerged from the rhombus-shaped mirror. A familiar voice sounded from the center of the mirror. "My child, I'm very happy that you have reached this step. Reaching this point also means that you are already a sacred magus. This is very good. But let me tell you, sacred magus, in our eyes, is just the beginning. What I am about to tell you next is the so-called secret of becoming a god. Remember it carefully." Just as Han Shoror had expected, the information left in the mirror for who knew how long didn't contain much new information. The secret of becoming a god was precisely the method of fusing the soul, the physical body, and the elements that Han Shoror had comprehended long ago. However, the explanation was a little more detailed. His understanding of this matter was indeed deeper than Han Shoror's, and he could be considered to have given Han Shoror some inspiration. The message on the mirror was fixed and would be triggered as soon as Han Shoror came over. Therefore, Han Shoror stood there motionlessly, quietly listening to the message. After explaining the secret of becoming a god, the voice didn't stop immediately and continued, "As long as you can remember all of this and truly comprehend it, becoming a god isn't a difficult matter. But if you want to go a step further and obtain a higher level of power, then follow the method I've told you. Take my skeletal staff as a keepsake and find the dark dragons in the underground world. Ask them about the path to the deepest part of the underground world, and enter the underground world. You will reap new rewards there. The cemetery of death isn't just a place to hide. It also has a few methods of attack. Firstly, the skeletal staff contains a deeper level of my understanding of the energy of death and some tentative knowledge of the planes. If you can grasp it, perhaps we will have the opportunity to meet again. Finally, I wish you good luck." The shadow in the rhombus mirror flickered and dimmed, until it finally shattered, leaving behind a pile of fragments. As Han Shoror had already become a god, he wasn't particularly excited about the message on the mirror. After listening to all the messages left behind by that person, Han Shoror smiled wryly and shook his head. He really didn't discover anything that particularly excited him. The only thing that puzzled Han Shoror was the message regarding the lowest layer of the underground world. According to that person, the lowest layer of the underground world contained a method that could allow gods to advance further. This rather surprised Han Shoror. He still remembered that the dark dragons had been ambushed by the experts of the Shrine of Ice led by Ice Celestial Kori in order to interrogate them about the path to the lowest layer of the underground world. Back then, he had communicated with the patriarch of the dark dragons, Gilges, and learned that the dark dragons had indeed been instructed by the master of the skeletal staff to guard that place all along in order to preserve the path to the lowest layer of the underground world. Come to think of it this way, the lowest layer of the underground world might really have some miraculous aspects. Otherwise, those from the Shrine of Ice wouldn't have ventured thousands of miles deep into the underground world, and the master of the skeletal staff wouldn't have been so concerned about that place. Perhaps it was because his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, but Han Shoror was less excited and excited about many things. When he went through all the information in his mind, he was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Walking to the interplanar transportation matrix above the cemetery of death, Han Shoror's avatar of death sat down on the ground, took out a divine essence of death he obtained from the abyss, and silently digested the elemental energy of death within. This divine essence of death was extremely precious. It wasn't easy for Han Shoror to obtain it. It was greatly beneficial to the advancement of his divine energy. Han Shoror treasured it very much. Before heading to the headquarters of the Calamity Church, Han Shoror prepared to unite his three souls and depart together. At this time, his avatar of destruction had yet to recover, and his main body had consumed a great deal of demonic yuan to refine spirit demons. He too needed some time to recover. As such, his avatar of death could make use of this period of time to absorb the divine essence of death and comprehend the experience gained from the last great battle. Inside the cemetery of death, all three of Han Shuor's bodies sat cross-legged in silence. They were either recovering their strength or comprehending greater power. Time flew by unknowingly. After an unknown period of time, when all three of his bodies had recovered, Han Shuor finally left the cemetery of death. The three spirit demons in the center were still in the midst of hibernation and evolution. Han Shuor knew that because spirit demons had the characteristic of evolving continuously, they would take much longer to refine than the other demon generals. After their evolution was complete, they would be eagerly waiting for Han Shuor to collect them. Han Shuor didn't need to keep watch over them all the time, so he left with peace of mind. Han Shuor didn't know how long he stayed in the cemetery of death. After walking out of the cemetery of death, Han Shuor returned to Osun City. This time, Han Shuor didn't alert anyone. Upon arriving at Osun City, he immediately left a mark to contact Wolf. Wolf had probably been waiting for news from Han Shuor all along. Wolf had come looking for him not long after Han Shuor left the mark. "Lord Brian, where have you been? Why did you disappear for more than a month?" Wolf immediately inquired when he saw Han Shuor. "Oh, nothing much. I just cultivated for a period of time," Han Shuor replied with a smile. "I didn't expect Lord Brian to be so powerful and still cultivate so hard. It's really admirable," Bert Zilli, who came with Wolf, said sincerely as he looked at Han Shuor with a face full of admiration. "My lord, His Holiness the Pope has urged you several times. If you still don't come with us to the headquarters, His Holiness the Pope might personally come over," Wolf said hastily. "Oh, why is he suddenly in such a hurry?" Previously, Wolf had said that the Pope of the Calamity Church told them not to be anxious. Now that Wolf had suddenly become impatient, Han Shuor was somewhat puzzled. After Lord Brian killed the Light Pope and the two demigods, it caused a huge commotion in the headquarters. His Holiness the Pope and all the cardinals were wild with joy and urgently wanted to thank Lord Brian in person. Lord Brian's actions were truly too dazzling. Before Wolf could speak, Bert Zilli rushed to speak first. Han Shuor was speechless. He smilingly looked at Bert Zilli, who had a face full of admiration, and then looked at Wolf, who was equally excited. He opened his mouth and said, "In that case, did you take the opportunity to launch a fatal attack on the Church of Light?" Of course. When talking about this matter, Wolf couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. He cheerfully said, "Because of Lord Brian's heroic deeds, in addition to Lancelot Empire's strong condemnation of the Church of Light, the reputation of the Church of Light on the continent has plummeted. Even the Light Pope has been killed by Lord Brian. The morale of the Church of Light has reached an unprecedented low. Of course, we won't let go of this opportunity to beat them when they are down. In just over a month's time, we have destroyed more than 100 churches of the Church of Light in various countries and killed thousands of their believers. Haha, this is great. If this trend continues, it won't be long before our Calamity Church will no longer have to hide in secret and can openly preach our doctrines in every continent." After hearing Wolf's words, Han Shuor was very happy. Perhaps it was because he cultivated in the elemental energy of death and the edict of destruction, but Han Shuor was very disgusted with the Church of Light from the very beginning. The Church of Light also viewed him as the greatest heretic on Profound Continent and had once tried to exterminate him at all costs. When he was homeless in the Abyss Realm, Han Shuor swore that he would utterly destroy the Church of Light. Now that he heard from Wolf about the miserable state of the Church of Light, Han Shuor was naturally very happy. This is all thanks to Lord Brian. Without Lord Brian's heroic deeds of killing the Light Pope and the two demigods, the Church of Light would never have dared to attack the Church of Light with such great fanfare. Only a character like your lordship could cause a major power like the Church of Light to decline with a single blow. This lowly one simply doesn't know how to express my admiration for your lordship." Bert Zilli flattered Han Shuor with a fawning smile, shamelessly flattering him. That's enough. Han Shuor was also a man of vanity. He was very pleased by the flattery and laughed heartily. Soon after, he straightforwardly said, "Let's go, I will accompany you to the headquarters." Chapter 627. In the vast Tukla Desert in the northwest of the Angela Empire, there were flocks of vultures. There were no signs of human habitation. The Tukla Desert was a vast expanse of yellow sand. Even the greediest caravan wouldn't dare to roam in this place. The vultures that survived by feeding on corpses had been starving for a long time. Each and every one of them was emaciated from hunger. Their eyes were filled with an ominous glint of hunger, thirst, and madness as they circled around. A sandstorm whizzed past, filling the sky with sand and shrouding a vast area in a hazy yellow mist. The densely packed ants gathered in groups and devoured all living creatures. Some magical beasts that appeared in the desert couldn't escape the corrosion of those ants. Wherever they passed, they would turn into ghastly white skeletons. It was a very ghastly sight. Along the way, there were all kinds of white bones of all kinds of strange and ferocious beasts. There were unknown dangers everywhere. Walking on foot was a rule of the Calamity Church. Han Shoror had his own plans for coming to the Calamity Church this time. Therefore, he completely abided by the rules of the Calamity Church. He followed behind Wolf and Bert Zilli and did not fly. Instead, he walked deep into the desert. Starving vultures circled above the three of them. One of the vultures that couldn't take it anymore would dive down and turn into ashes in a flash of light. However, even so, those hungry vultures didn't leave. Perhaps they had indeed gone mad from hunger. They followed closely behind Han Shoror's group of 3. These vultures are really annoying. You've already killed 7 of them along the way, but they still don't know what's good for them, Han Shoror said indifferently as he raised his head to look at the boundless sky above. My lord, you might not know this, but the corpses of merchants are the main source of food for these vultures in the Tukla Desert. However, due to the worsening environment of the Tukla Desert, there are simply too many dangers. Even the greediest merchants don't dare to come from the Tukla Desert. These vultures haven't had corpses to eat for a long time and have almost gone mad from hunger. Now that they've finally seen us, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy. Bert Zilli smiled and explained to Han Shoror in a flattering manner. I didn't expect the Calamity Church to be in the depths of the desolate Tukla Desert. Hee, no wonder so many forces on the continent couldn't find you. Han Shoror sighed with emotion. Ever since they entered the Tukla Desert, they had been bombarded with all kinds of attacks. Han Shoror had a deep understanding of the instability of the Tukla Desert. He felt that the Calamity Church had indeed chosen a good place. There's something you don't know, sir. Although the Tukla Desert was mysterious in the past, it wasn't as dangerous as it is now. It's just that since our church's headquarters is here, we naturally don't want people with ulterior motives to know about it, nor do we want them to come in. Therefore, most of the man-eating ants, bloodthirsty wasps, and these ferocious mutated desert scorpions that you've seen along the way were intentionally created by us after we entered the Tukla Desert. With so many dangers lurking everywhere, even the greediest merchant caravans wouldn't dare to take the risk. Even if some countries knew of our location, due to the unique environment here, they wouldn't be able to mobilize their armies to encircle and annihilate us. After all, the Tukla Desert is too vast. Once an army enters, they won't be able to obtain sufficient supplies. Besides, there are so many terrifying flora and fauna in the desert. Han Shoror nodded in understanding. As the owner of the skeletal staff, Han Shoror was well aware of some of the past events that happened hundreds of years ago. He knew that the Calamity Church once did some crazy things and became the public enemy of the entire Profound Continent. At that time, all the countries on the Profound Continent wished to annihilate the Calamity Church as soon as possible. Therefore, the Calamity Church had no choice but to go into hiding. As the public enemy of the entire Profound Continent, if the Calamity Church's headquarters were to be discovered, they would very likely face the combined forces of all the countries on the Profound Continent. It was indeed necessary for them to so cautiously establish their headquarters in the Tukla Desert and go through so much trouble to create so many dangers. Otherwise, they might have been finished long ago. However, the situation on the continent is different now. Some countries with ulterior motives have formed inextricable relationships with us over the years. Even if the headquarters of our Calamity Church were to be exposed, there wouldn't be too many countries that would participate in the crusade against us, except for those countries that believe in the God of Light that the Church of Light secretly supports, Wolf said proudly. The Church of Light should know of your location, right? Asked Han Shaw. The two churches were mortal enemies. Given the Church of Light's influence on the profound continent, there was no way they wouldn't know of the Calamity Church's location. That's right, the Church of Light does know that we are in the Tukla Desert. However, just like how we don't dare to attack the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, they also don't dare to wantonly attack the Tukla Desert. This stalemate has lasted for hundreds of years, Wolf explained smilingly. The Tukla Desert has been under our control for so many years and is filled with all kinds of dangers. A large-scale attack would only be asking for trouble. If it were just a few experts invading, given the strength of our church, we wouldn't be afraid of them. Therefore, even though they clearly know that we are here, they don't dare to come. So that's how it is. It seems that your Calamity Church is indeed very powerful. The only power on the profound continent that can make the Church of Light feel apprehensive is your church. Han Shaw nodded and praised. Hihi, my lord, you are wrong. It should be our Calamity Church. Ever since the skeletal staff appeared in your hands, the people of the church have treated you as one of their own. Whether you admit it or not, you are a member of our Calamity Church. Even the Church of Light thinks so. Bert Zilly mischievously laughed and said to Han Shaw in a crafty manner. He appeared to be very proud of himself. The corners of Han Shaw's mouth twitched. He didn't comment on Bert Zilly's words and didn't express any opinion. As many of the dangers in the Tukla Desert were deliberately set up by the Calamity Church, the most terrifying man-eating ants and bloodthirsty bees along the way were all repelled by Wolf and Bert Zilly's bizarre incense. Along the way, some magical beasts that suddenly emerged from the sand dunes were nightmarish for merchants. Not to mention existences at Han Shaw's level, even Wolf didn't need to exert much strength to deal with them. Although there were many dangers along the way, Han Shaw's party of 3 was unimpeded. Braving the scorching sun and treading on the scalding sand, they walked step by step towards the depths of the Tukla Desert. Although the 3 of them walked on foot, their speed was faster than an average person running at full speed. They admired the desolate and magnificent scenery of the desert and occasionally inquired about some secrets of the Calamity Church. At night, when the cold wind was whistling, Han Shaw and Wolf stopped on a huge uneven sand dune. Why did you stop? Han Shaw asked in puzzlement when he saw that Wolf and Bert Zilly had stopped moving. At a glance, all Han Shaw could see were undulating sand dunes of various sizes. There was nothing special about them. We've arrived, Wolf smiled and explained to Han Shaw. Knitting his brows, Han Shaw, who had been relaxing and enjoying the beautiful scenery, suddenly felt his consciousness tighten. He suddenly chuckled and nodded, saying, "So it's underground. I can sense a lot of life auras underground. It seems that the area below is extremely vast. Your lordship is indeed extraordinary. You can actually penetrate the boundary of the headquarters and sense the situation underground," Bert Zilly exclaimed in admiration. He knew how many concealing boundaries covered the Calamity Church's headquarters underground. Although the people of the Church of Light knew that this was the headquarters of the Calamity Church, they didn't know its specific location. There were also experts who had secretly come over to investigate but were unable to grasp the key points. Who would have thought that Han Shaw would be able to immediately sense the situation underground the first time he came here? This made him really admire Han Shaw. Han Shaw smiled faintly and closed his eyes to gradually sense the area. He was startled and blurted out, "There are actually thousands of people underground and they occupy such a vast area. No wonder they could contend against the Church of Light for so many years without falling. Your lordship is amazing." Seeing that Han Shaw had blurted out the number of people underground even though they were separated by layers upon layers of boundaries, Wolf was also very astonished. "Oh, some people are coming up. Their strength isn't weak either. Hee hee. Han Shuor's consciousness sensed a group of people coming up from a depth of 100 meters. He knew that the Calamity Church must have a special method to spy on the situation above. Among the people who came up, there was actually a powerful base god and a demigod. It must be an elder who has come up to receive us. Hihi, some of the things your lordship has done over the years are really too sensational. Although your lordship has never come to the headquarters, many youngsters in the headquarters have already viewed your lordship as their idol. God knows how much they worship your lordship, Bert Zilli exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. His tone was sincere, as though he was one of them. As Bert Zilli fawningly explained, a rumbling tremor sounded from beneath the three's feet. A kind of energy came from underground, and the sand grains of a sand dune in front of the three suddenly flowed outwards. In the blink of an eye, all the sand grains that made up the sand dune had flowed away, and an elevator that could accommodate 10 people floated up from underground. A fat man with an exceedingly large physique, who looked like a mountain of flesh, occupied more than half the space on the elevator. His small eyes sparkled as he looked at the three with a beaming smile. Han Shuor sensed a formidable energy of destruction from this fatty. With just a glance, Han Shuor was certain that this fatty was a powerful base god who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Behind the big fatty was a skinny old man who looked like a ghoul. His body was covered in the element of darkness. Han Shuor knew that he was the demigod that his consciousness had sensed just now. "We pay our respects to your holiness." Han Shuor didn't move. Wolf and Bert Zilli suddenly knelt down on one knee and respectfully saluted. Han Shuor was also stunned. He didn't expect that the Pope of the Calamity Church would personally come up to receive him. It seemed that the Calamity Church had indeed attached great importance to him. Chapter 628. Get up, get up. The mountain of flesh fatty nodded at the two with a beaming smile, then walked down the elevator enthusiastically. He laughed heartily and said to Han Shuor, "Brian, you've finally returned. We've been waiting for this day for almost 10 years. The fatty was extremely cordial. It was the first time they had met, but he acted as if he had known Han Shuor for a long time. He didn't have the slightest bit of restraint that a stranger should have. This caught Han Shuor by surprise. Han Shuor was no ordinary person either. He also said with a grin, "I've always been hunted down in the past few years. Then, I was framed by the Church of Light and suffered a despicable sneak attack. That's why I haven't had the time. See, I've only just returned, and now I'm here. Haha, heroes indeed come from the youth. Ever since the day I took this position, I've always wanted to get rid of those 3 old geezers from the Church of Light. Hundreds of years have passed, but I've never been able to realize that dream. Who would have thought that you would accomplish the goal we've always wanted to achieve in just a few short decades? How can I not be convinced of my old age?" He smiled as he walked in front of Han Shuor. He was like a mountain of flesh pressing down on Han Shuor, casting a large shadow under the scorching sun. "Then, our goals are the same," Han Shuor said with a smile. "Of course, we're on the same side. We've been since the beginning," the fatty emphasized, defining the positions of both sides. Han Shuor smiled but didn't say anything. He had never thought of himself as a member of the Calamity Church, but because of the skeletal staff, the Calamity Church had long since acknowledged him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Come, let's go down. This is your first time coming to the headquarters, so let someone accompany you for a stroll. You must be tired after walking all the way here in the desert. Take a bath and rest first. If there's anything else, we'll talk after you're comfortable." The Calamity Pope chuckled as he led Brian to the elevator. He raised his voice and instructed someone above, "Belinda, you and Brian can be considered old acquaintances. I'll leave this matter to you. Serve Brian well for me." "Understood, Your Holiness." The young girl who came up with the fat man replied respectfully. Oval cheeks, high nose bridge, rosy lips, slender crescent-shaped eyebrows, a pair of sapphire-like starry eyes, fair and smooth skin, and a graceful figure. These were all characteristics that a beauty should have. It was just that the greenish-black birthmark on her left cheek was too conspicuous and ruined her overall beauty. This was Belinda, the first member of the Calamity Church that Han Shoror had met back then. After so many years, Han Shoror felt a bit sad when he saw this female alchemist with regrets again. He still remembered the first time he'd met Belinda and how he'd been shocked by the golem she'd conjured. He also remembered the many things that had happened between them. Belinda appeared to be in fear and trepidation as she looked at the current Han Shoror. Back then, she had tried to kill Han Shoror and had also been captured by Han Shoror. This time, Han Shoror had become someone that she couldn't afford to offend. This made her a little worried that Han Shoror would hold a grudge and purposefully deal with her. Beside Belinda, Dark Grand Magus Edwin also looked at Han Shoror with a smile. His smile seemed to be fawning as he bowed and said sincerely, "Lord Brian, Belinda and I will first show you around the headquarters." Just like Belinda, Edwin was the first expert of the Calamity Church that Han Shoror had come into contact with. This Dark Grand Magus had once pursued Han Shoror with all his might in the Valley of Sunshine, and had also been cursed by Han Shoror with vicious words. Now that they met in the headquarters of the Calamity Church, the three's identities had completely changed. One couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Han Shoror nodded with a smile as he looked at these two old friends that he hadn't seen for many years. "Long time no see. Long time no see, heh. I thought that my lordship would forget small characters like us." Edwin chuckled, his smile a little bitter. "How could that be?" Han Shoror smiled faintly. "You two are the first members of the Calamity Church that I've met. Heh, it won't be that easy to forget. Edwin, it's your honor to serve Brian well. Do you understand?" The ghoulish-looking old man who cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness instructed Edwin in a dark tone. He had the strength of a demigod, and Edwin was startled by his glare. "Understood, Master," Edwin hastily responded. "Brian, please come inside. Make yourself at home, you belong here to begin with." The emaciated old man chuckled dryly after berating Edwin, and respectfully turned his body to the side, indicating for Han Shoror to walk in. Seeing Edwin's master's respectful attitude towards him, Han Shoror nodded with a smile as he walked over, saying, "You're too kind." Accompanied by the Calamity Church's Pope, Han Shoror followed behind them. They used the elevator to slowly descend to the underground of the Calamity Church. Han Shoror used his consciousness to sense the wondrous power of the boundary around him as he sized up the surroundings with his eyes. This place was built hundreds of years ago, when the church was at its lowest point of decline. The Church of Light led all the nations on the profound continent to besiege us. Our people were like stray dogs hiding from place to place, forced to settle down here with no other choice. We've stayed here for hundreds of years, and have yet to truly walk out of this place. Hee, but with you around, I believe that day won't be too far off. As the master of the skeletal staff, you are indeed the hope of our church. As they descended, the Pope began to explain the history of this place to Han Shoror in a pleasant manner, emphasizing the vile state of this place. The Church of Light's reputation has greatly declined, and its influence on the profound continent is on the decline. Apart from that so-called saintess on the sacred mountain, there shouldn't be any other experts they can bring out. I think they'll be finished before long. Han Shoror was unruffled as he conversed with the Pope. His expression was relaxed and natural, as though they were two old friends talking about a parent. "Yes, it's all thanks to you." The big fatty tactfully complimented Han Shoror. As the Pope of the Calamity Church, this big fatty's conduct was extraordinary, and his words were very measured. "You're too kind." Han Shoror was very modest, and didn't claim any credit. Amidst the cheerful conversation, Han Shoror and the Pope descended 100 meters underground through an elevator, and stopped at the entrance of a majestic underground palace. The big fatty didn't keep Han Shoror chatting after arriving here. He smilingly said, "All right, let Edwin and Belinda accompany you to familiarize yourself with this place. I'll inform the elders of your arrival. When you're well rested, we'll talk business tomorrow." "Very well." Han Shoror nodded. He didn't mind this arrangement at all. This was the headquarters of the Calamity Church. Under the coverage of Han Shoror's consciousness, he already had a rough idea of the scale of the place. Even the distribution of personnel was very clear to him through his consciousness. Other than the fact that he hadn't actually looked around, Hanshoro had a general understanding of this place. After the Pope and the skinny old man left, Wolf and Bert Zilli also left. They probably went to report to the big fatty about what had happened outside. After these people had all disappeared, Edwin and Belinda's expressions became somewhat reserved. They looked at Hanshoro with somewhat fearful and uneasy gazes. Their hearts were perturbed, as though they didn't know how to face Hanshoro. If it was in the past, the two of them naturally wouldn't be so reserved when they saw Hanshoro. It was just that the difference in status and identity between the two parties was just too great. They had no choice but to be cautious. That. Lord Brian, where would you like to go first? Edwin smiled embarrassedly, looking at Hanshoro with a complicated expression. Hanshoro could see the nervousness in Edwin's heart with a single glance. He knew that Edwin was worried that Hanshoro would still remember the hatred from back then and act against him. Belinda was the same. She didn't dare to look Hanshoro in the eye. Over the years, she had inevitably heard of Hanshoro's great achievements in the church. Watching Hanshoro walk step by step towards glory and the pinnacle, she felt very sour in her heart. There's no need for the two of you to be so wary of me, right? No matter what, we can be considered old acquaintances. What happened back then wasn't a big deal. Moreover, I didn't suffer any losses. What are you afraid of? Hanshoro chuckled and asked. The two smiled wryly when they heard Hanshoro's words. Edwin bowed respectfully to Hanshoro again and said sincerely, Lord Brian, we were indeed in the wrong in the past, but we didn't dare to harbor any more thoughts after learning that you had the skeletal staff. The Radiant Church and I are mortal enemies. That Ferguson that you killed has a blood feud with me. After you killed Ferguson, I was very grateful to you. After hearing about how you killed the experts of the Radiant Church one by one, we were truly grateful to you. If you want to pursue the matter of that year, we won't say anything. You are the hope of the church, someone that even the Pope must personally welcome. We naturally won't resist you, nor can we. You can do whatever you want. Belinda said softly. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, waiting for Hanshoro's punishment. Hanshoro couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said with a smile, I've long forgotten about those small matters. I didn't think that you would still remember them, and remember them so deeply. Don't worry, with my current status and strength, I won't make trouble for you over such small matters. You're worrying too much. The two were overjoyed when they heard Hanshoro's words. They looked closely at Hanshoro and heaved a sigh of relief when they discovered that Hanshoro didn't seem to be joking. They hastily expressed their gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Let's go, show me around. This is my first time visiting the Calamity Church, and I'm indeed a bit curious. Hanshoro said with a smile, using these words to dispel the two's nervousness. Whether it was Hanshoro, Edwin, or Belinda, they all knew that due to the great disparity between their statuses, their attitudes were obviously different. The two who had once acted high and mighty in front of Hanshoro now wore fawning smiles on their faces as they explained the situation in detail to Hanshoro, as though they were afraid that anything inappropriate would cause Hanshoro to be displeased. Chapter 629. The Calamity Church was 100 meters deep into the desert and occupied a vast area. It was much more heavily guarded than the Dark Mantle headquarters, and also much larger. It was like a small city. Although it was underground, it wasn't particularly dark. Brilliant magical balls of light covered every corner, and it wasn't at all gloomy and damp as Hanshoro had imagined. This place was divided into several areas. There was an alchemy workshop for making all kinds of weapons and magic tools, a temple for worshipping evil gods, a training field for meditation and mental strength training, an ancient library for all kinds of magic books, a lot of precious materials from magical beasts that had been accumulated for hundreds of years, and a variety of storage rooms. Everything that a well-organized religious organization should have was present here. In addition, there were many places for relaxation and rest. For example, there was a hot spring pool formed from underground water for the weary to rest in. There was also a wide hallway for discussion of magic and martial arts. The surrounding walls were engraved with the images of many unknown evil gods. The Calamity Church was a hierarchical organization, but this place didn't seem particularly heavy. Following behind Edwin and Belinda, Hanshoro had a faint smile on his lips as he toured the various areas of the underground world. He also bathed and changed his clothes in the hot spring, appearing quite relaxed. The Calamity Church disciples they met along the way didn't show any signs of panic because they didn't know Hanshoro's identity. Hanshoro observed them carefully and discovered that the disciples they met all had rather relaxed expressions, as if they'd encountered something happy. This made Hanshoro a bit curious and he couldn't help but ask Belinda beside him, "Has something happy happened to the Calamity Church recently? Why do the disciples we've met seem to be more cheerful?" Belinda was a bit taken aback and looked meaningfully at Hanshoro. An awkward smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she explained in a pleasant voice, "They're so happy because of you." "Because of me?" Hanshoro was quite surprised. "What does it have to do with me?" "Of course, because of you. The strength of the Church of Light is not as good as it used to be, and there are signs of it being completely defeated. For us, who have dedicated everything to the Church and view the Church of Light as our mortal enemy, there is nothing more exciting than this news. In addition, they also know that you're coming here. To them, you're an idol that they've always wanted to meet. Naturally, they'll be even more excited after hearing this news." Belinda explained to Hanshoro with a straight face. "Also, due to the existence of the Church of Light, we have been living in the dark all these years. Generally, we don't dare to openly reveal our identity and stand in front of ordinary people. But now that the strength of the Church of Light is not as good as it used to be, His Holiness the Pope has said that it won't be long before our Calamity Church can truly walk out of the shadows and walk openly on the continent. People like us have handed everything over to the Church of Light, but we still have our own family and friends. It's just that we usually hide our identities and live more cautiously than anyone else. Some people don't dare meet with their family for years or even decades due to various reasons. However, the situation is truly different this time. To them, once the Church walks out of the shadows, they can return to their hometown and meet with their long-lost family. Therefore, everyone is very excited, and this excitement can be seen on their faces and in their eyes." Edwin had a satisfied smile on his lips as he added, and then very sincerely thanked Hanshoro. After hearing his words, Hanshoro pondered for a moment and finally realized the reason for their excitement. It made sense when he thought about it. The Calamity Church had become the public enemy of the continent due to the Church of Light's vilification. Those who had dedicated themselves to the Calamity Church also had their own parents and family, but because of the preconceived notions of the people of the continent, they didn't dare reveal their identities. Those whose identities were exposed naturally didn't dare to meet with their original family and lived alone in the darkness forever. This was indeed a very painful thing. "Hey, what is this place?" Under Edwin and Belinda's guidance, Hanshoro arrived at an area with a crude architectural style. However, it was sealed off by a large, black iron and stone door. There were only a few passageways leading to other places in the surroundings. The reason why Hanshoro asked this question was because he sensed the presence of another base god and two demigods through the black iron and stone door. Hanshoro only sensed the presence of these three experts when he got closer. Moreover, there was a faint sense of familiarity, which made Hanshoro very curious. Creak, creak. Before Edwin and Belinda could answer, the tightly shut iron and stone door suddenly opened. A gloomy and merciless aura assaulted Hanshoro's face. From within walked out a foreign race that Hanshoro was extremely familiar with, the six-horned tribal king of the soul race. During the trip to Tarag Canyon, Hanshoro, Old Monster Statholm, and Snow Celestial Tiana had plundered some origin crystals that originally belonged to the soul race. In the end, they were pursued by the six-horned tribal king for thousands of miles, all the way to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. It was only thanks to the appearance of the saintess of the Church of Light that they managed to escape. For a period of time, Hanshoro and Old Monster Statholm were constantly on guard against the six-horned tribal king's pursuit, fearing that they would be captured before their souls could fuse with the origin crystals. Later on, due to the uniqueness of Han Shuor's consciousness, he found a way to conceal his soul. After exiting the cemetery of death, he even deliberately released his soul energy in order to lure the six-horned tribal king of the soul race to the Shrine of Ice. However, after the six-horned tribal king arrived within the territory of Angela Empire, for some unknown reason, he had remained there for a very long time and did not come to the Shrine of Ice to seek revenge on Han Shuor. When Han Shuor returned to Lancelot Empire after dealing with the Shrine of Ice, Tarnai encountered the Primordius Dragon in the depths of the Dark Forest. He was schemed against by both the Church of Light and the Primordius Dragon. Due to a freak combination of factors, he ended up staying in the Abyss Realm for 5 years. After he returned, he had been busy dealing with Lancelot Empire and his recent feud with the Primordius Dragon. He had neglected this enemy and did not expect to bump into him at the headquarters of the Calamity Church. When he saw the six-horned tribal king this time, he recalled the special position of this place in Angela Empire, and carefully recalled the location he sensed 5 years ago when he sensed the six-horned tribal king's location in Angela Empire. Suddenly, he was enlightened and blurted out, "So that's how it is. So you were here 5 years ago. It seems that you either had a fight with the Pope, or something else happened." The six-horned tribal king of the soul race walked out, followed by his 2 pentahorned subordinates. After listening to Han Shuor's words, his ice-cold, emotionless eyes revealed some doubt. After sizing up Han Shuor for a long while, he asked in the common tongue, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Han Shuor stared blankly for a moment, but soon came to his senses. As his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds over the past few years, Han Shuor's consciousness had undergone another transformation after reaching the 9 Changes realm. It was no longer the same as its original soul imprint. This six-horned tribal king of the soul race reckoned that it would be very difficult for him to distinguish a human's appearance. Just like how Han Shuor couldn't tell the difference between a magical beast of the same species, the six-horned tribal king also couldn't recognize Han Shuor. Han Shuor recalled the grievance he suffered in the tribal king's hands back then. His consciousness changed slightly, slowly returning to its original state and strength. He stared at the six-horned tribal king and said with a mischievous smile, "Now do you know who I am?" The six-horned tribal king was all too familiar with Han Shuor's soul imprint in this state. He abruptly roared in rage, "It's you, the thief who stole my things." "Thief?" Han Shuor shook his head and laughed involuntarily. Over the years, he had been called many things, such as Demon King, Demon, the greatest heretic of Profound Continent, and so on. However, none of them had ever dared to call him that. Therefore, when he suddenly heard someone call him a thief, Han Shuor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But when he carefully thought about it, there was nothing inappropriate about the six-horned tribal king calling him that. Given what they had done back then, it was perfectly normal for them to be called thieves. They had indeed stolen the few origin crystals that belonged to the six-horned tribal king before he could come out of his body. What else could they be called if not thieves? After being called a thief, before Han Shuor could say another word, the six-horned tribal king suddenly charged at Han Shuor in a fit of rage. His whip-like tail whizzed at Han Shuor's consciousness. The tribal king's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Facing the six-horned tribal king who hadn't changed much, not only did Han Shuor not show the slightest fear, he even appeared very calm and unruffled. He raised his hand and clawed at the tribal king's serpent-like tail. His body was as steady as a boulder, and his consciousness remained unscathed under the six-horned tribal king's attack. However, after so many years, Han Shuor was no longer the same Han Shuor who had to flee for his life with Stratholm the old monster. Now that his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, not only did he not show the slightest fear when facing the six-horned tribal king, he appeared very calm and unruffled. He raised his hand and clawed at the six-horned tribal king's serpent-like tail. His body was as steady as a boulder, and his consciousness remained unscathed under the six-horned tribal king's attack. To this day, Han Shuor had no idea what energy this six-horned tribal king of the soul race cultivated. However, Han Shuor could roughly determine their strength through the horns on their heads. He estimated that their strength might be related to some special race. How? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? The six-horned tribal king of the soul race was startled and stuttered as he cried out in surprise when Han Shuro managed to block both his physical and soul attacks. While chuckling mischievously, the demonic yuan in Han Shuro's body abruptly erupted. His other hand stretched out at lightning speed and pressed on the tribal king's neck. The tribal king's enormous body was firmly pressed against the pitch-black wall of iron and stone behind him, immobilizing him. Clang! The demonic blades were unsheathed and pressed against the six-horned tribal king's neck. The chilling cold radiance of the blades carried a suffocating killing intent. The six-horned tribal king didn't dare to move an inch. It's as easy as flipping my hand if I want to kill you now. Do you understand? Han Shuro said indifferently as he looked at the six-horned tribal king smilingly. The shock in the six-horned tribal king's eyes grew more and more intense. He stared at Han Shuro for a few seconds before nodding woodenly. With a faint smile, Han Shuro loosened his big hand that was pressing on the tribal king's neck and said calmly, Then behave yourself. Let's talk. Chapter 630. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Before Belinda and Edwin could figure out what was going on, they saw that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race had been restrained by Han Shuro, not daring to move a muscle. Han Shuro smiled and loosened his grip. He leisurely looked at the six-horned tribal king who was still stuck to the wall, his eyes shining with a strange light, as though he was pondering something. Han Shuro did not say a word. Lord Brian, this is our honored guest. Edwin suddenly came to his senses and hastily explained to Han Shuro. Belinda gazed deeply at Han Shuro with a complicated expression. Her heart was full of bitterness. She had truly realized that Han Shuro was indeed different from before. She just so happened to be present when this six-horned tribal king of the soul race wreaked havoc at the headquarters of the Calamity Church 5 years ago. She witnessed with her own eyes how the six-horned tribal king stood firm despite being besieged by several elders led by the Pope. She knew very well just how powerful the six-horned tribal king was. However, it was this incomparably terrifying foreign race expert who had been pinned to the wall by Han Shuro in a single exchange, and had even calmly admitted that he was inferior to Han Shuro. This had given Belinda an enormous shock. How could this man have become so unbelievably powerful in just a mere decade or so? When she looked at Han Shuro again, the fear in Belinda's heart grew even more intense, and her attitude became even more humble. She feared that any inappropriate action of hers would incur Han Shuro's displeasure. Honored guest. Han Shuro smiled at the six-horned tribal king. He pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, I can see that you wouldn't be here if you hadn't established a connection with the church. How did you become so powerful? Why do you have 3 souls? After maintaining that pondering posture for a long time, the six-horned tribal king finally refocused his gaze on Han Shuro and questioned Han Shuro in a slightly stiff voice. Shocked, Han Shuro was also a little surprised. He asked gravely, How do you know I have 3 souls? The 3 souls were symbiotic, and the souls of the 2 avatars were hidden within Han Shuro's body. Logically speaking, no one should be able to detect them until the avatars left his body. This six-horned tribal king of the soul race had only stared at Han Shuro for a moment, but he was already able to detect the fact that Han Shuro possessed 3 souls. This was simply inconceivable. After a moment of silence, the six-horned tribal king of the soul race looked indifferently at Han Shuro and replied, Our race is born with a marvelous ability to sense souls. Back then, I was able to remember your soul imprint and sense your location across the entire continent because of our special ability in the field of souls. Behind him, the other 2 soul race clansmen with 5 horns had restless expressions on their faces. They were constantly shooting meaningful glances at the six-horned tribal king, as though they wanted to combine their strength and attack Han Shuro. There's no need to try. We won't be able to kill him even with the 2 of you. The six-horned tribal king clearly understood the intentions of the 2 people behind him. He turned around and said those words to them with a cold and indifferent face. The two eager-looking five-horned tribesmen immediately stopped blinking at each other and revealed a dejected and powerless expression at the same time. Don't even think about attacking me. Even if you have reached some agreement with the church, I have no qualms about killing you. Han Shoror's expression was relaxed, but his tone was laced with killing intent. Han Shoror cast a glance at the anxious Edwin and smilingly said, however, as long as they know their place and answer a few of my questions, I naturally won't attack them. Your lordship, this. Edwin didn't know what to say. He dared not offend Han Shoror, but the six-horned tribal king was also an honored guest and similarly couldn't be neglected. Han Shoror's notoriety on Profound Continent was simply too great. Edwin was afraid that Han Shoror might really attack the six-horned tribal king. If that really happened, given Han Shoror's status, the Pope wouldn't do anything to Han Shoror. However, Edwin, a puny Grand Magus, would most likely have to bear some unpleasant consequences. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel anxious. I said it's fine. Han Shoror put on a stern face and coldly groaned when he saw Edwin being so garrulous. Just watch from the side and don't say anything else. Edwin and Belinda, who were about to persuade Han Shoror, felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Han Shoror's expression turn cold. Killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. They felt as though their lives would be in danger at any moment. The two smacked their lips and tactfully said no more. All right, we can have a good talk now. Han Shoror looked at the six-horned tribal king and smiled. He confidently walked into the spacious stone chamber through the open iron and stone door, as though he had returned to his own home. He wasn't the slightest bit reserved. The two five-horned soul race experts blocking the door, under Han Shoror's powerful aura, took the initiative to step aside, allowing Han Shoror to walk in unimpeded. The spacious stone chamber was simply decorated. There were no fancy decorations, only a magical luminous ball and a few large, flat rocks. It appeared very crude. This must have something to do with the preferences of these foreign races. Otherwise, given the Calamity Church's financial and material resources, this place wouldn't be so simple and crude. Han Shoror walked in grandly. After taking a glance at the interior, he sat down on a large rock at the center and smilingly looked at the few soul race clansmen outside the door. The six-horned tribal king looked at Han Shoror and nodded at the two five-horned experts. The three walked in together. The six-horned tribal king of the soul race and Han Shoror were sitting face to face on another rock, their tails coiled around their waists. The two five-horned soul race experts, like Edwin and Belinda, stood there, looking at the two without saying a word. Even if you're stronger than me, I'm not afraid of you. The six-horned tribal king said mechanically as he looked at Han Shoror indifferently. He didn't seem to have too many human emotions and desires, but only merciless indifference. Han Shoror believed his words because even after he had displayed his overwhelming strength, this six-horned tribal king of the soul race did not reveal the slightest bit of fear. They were cold-blooded by nature, not only toward others, but also toward themselves. During his trip to the Abyss Realm, Han Shoror had gained some understanding of some foreign races. He understood that they weren't as afraid of death as humans. It doesn't matter whether you're afraid of me or not. What matters is that I do have the strength to kill you. Hihi, I believe you must have your own matters to attend to. With your high intelligence, you shouldn't be seeking death on your own initiative, Han Shoror thought to himself as he sized up the six-horned tribal king. What do you want? You should know that it's you who stole our things first. That's why I'm hunting you down. The six-horned tribal king's tone was calm, cold, and unhurried. He spoke in the same tone, and not much emotional fluctuations could be detected from his body. I'm just asking you a few questions. Nothing special, Han Shoror pondered for a moment before he asked, what energy do you cultivate? We don't belong to any of the 12 major energies. Our bodies are innately special. We are highly sensitive to the soul, and our bodies are sufficiently strong. We don't need to deliberately cultivate. Instead, we evolve through some special energy. Following the evolution of our bodies, we will grow a different number of sharp horns on our heads. A perfect evolution will give us an extra horn, and our strength and soul power will also become stronger. The six-horned tribal king remained silent for a moment, as though considering whether he should answer Han Shuor's questions. After a while, as though he had made up his mind, he answered Han Shuor's question. Upon hearing his words, Han Shuor was suddenly enlightened. He exclaimed softly, "So that's how it is. Then, the origin crystals we took back in Tarag Canyon, are they the energy you need to evolve? You're stealing," the six-horned tribal king emphasized. The gaze he shot at Han Shuor was tinged with a bit more human-like anger. He then answered, "Yes, that energy is exactly what we can absorb. I've searched for many years before I finally found it. At that time, I was going to use that energy to evolve another member of my tribe to 6 horns, but you foiled my plans." Han Shuor was astonished. He didn't expect that the soul race only used energy to evolve. Seeing the tribal king reveal a rare expression of resentment after recounting the events of the past, Han Shuor found it rather amusing. He said, "Isn't it just a few origin crystals? It's not like they're some special treasures of your clan. Is it really necessary for you to keep thinking about them for so many years? We've searched for them for many years before we managed to collect them. But they were stolen by you at the critical moment. You're too evil." The six-horned tribal king stared coldly at Han Shuor. He didn't seem to understand the situation he was in, but he still straightforwardly expressed his killing intent. Hearing the tribal king constantly thinking about those origin crystals and constantly accusing Han Shuor of stealing his stuff, Han Shuor felt somewhat embarrassed. Now that he thought about it carefully, the incident back then was indeed due to their greed. They took advantage of the fact that the six-horned tribal king was busy setting up something and stole his stuff. They forcibly interrupted the evolution path of the six-horned tribal king's subordinates. No matter how he looked at it, Han Shuor and the others were in the wrong. It wasn't wrong for the six-horned tribal king to call them thieves. However, Han Shuor was still very displeased when he heard the term thieves. He immediately let out a cold snort and said, "Don't call me thieves every time you open your mouth. It's just a few lousy crystals. Is it worth it for you to keep thinking about them for so many years? Give them back to me and I won't call you that anymore." The six-horned tribal king was rather amusing. He wasn't afraid of death. He just insisted on taking back what belonged to him. Han Shuor stared blankly for a moment. Then, an idea struck him. He silently checked the items inside the space ring. The space ring lit up and a few crystals of various colors appeared in his hand. Among them was an origin crystal of water and a divine crystal of fire. These crystals were picked up by Han Shuor from Tanai on that mountain in the abyss. None of them were of use to him. "Here, see if there's anything you need. I'll give it back to you." Han Shuor spread his hand and revealed the few crystals to the six-horned tribal king. The six-horned tribal king shot an expressionless glance at the crystals. But after a single glance, he couldn't look away anymore. His merciless and cruel eyes shone with an unusual radiance for the first time. Han Shuor saw it clearly. He knew that this radiance was excitement and agitation. Chapter 631. Not only Han Shuor, but even Edwin and Belinda, who were standing not far from the six-horned tribal king, could see that the six-horned tribal king's expression was clearly different from before. The two were puzzled as to why the usually emotionless six-horned tribal king would suddenly become so agitated by a few gaudy stones spread out in Han Shuor's palm. Han Shuor was all smiles as he looked at the glint flickering in the six-horned tribal king's eyes. He felt that the six-horned tribal king's excitement at this moment was very amusing. "What? Is there something you need?" Han Shuor asked with a faint smile on his face. "Yes." The six-horned tribal king answered straightforwardly. It was only after he said this that he moved his gaze away from Han Shuor's palm with great difficulty and looked straight at Han Shuor. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, Is what you just said true? What is it?" Han Shuor asked even though he already knew the answer. "That is, if you give it back to me." The six-horned tribal king sized up Han Shuor with a deadpan expression. His voice was somewhat hurried, not quite in line with his usual behavior. "Of course. Which of these stones do you think can make up for the loss from that time? The stones in his hand were all from the abyss. Han Shuro recognized some of them, but there were some that even Han Shuro wasn't too sure about. However, the fact that they could be found in the abyss meant that they must have been left behind by the gods who had perished in the past. Anything that could be carried around by gods couldn't be too shabby. Of this, Han Shuro was certain. The six-horned tribal king, who had always been quick to react, became hesitant after hearing Han Shuro's words. He stared at Han Shuro's palm with tiny spots constantly jumping in his eyes, as though he was rapidly pondering an important question. Judging from his reaction alone, Han Shuro was certain that the stones in his hand were indeed extremely attractive to the six-horned tribal king. Behind the six-horned tribal king, the two five-horned tribesmen were motionless and had fallen into a lifeless state. Their gazes were focused on Han Shuro's palm. It seemed that they were greatly shaken. After a long while, the six-horned tribal king finally made up his mind. He pointed at a goose-egg-sized stone in Han Shuro's palm and said affirmatively, "Then, I'll take this one." Han Shuro stared blankly for a moment. Then, he took the opportunity to size up the green, misty stone. Of the several odd-looking stones in his palm, Han Shuro could sense that each of them was emanating energy waves. The misty, green stone chosen by the six-horned tribal king was one that Han Shuro had no idea about. Seeing that the six-horned tribal king seemed to be very excited as he pointed at the stone, Han Shuro fell into deep thought. "If you can tell me the use of this stone, I will give it to you," Han Shuro suddenly said after a moment of silence. The six-horned tribal king hesitated for a moment before he replied, "Green sea dew crystal. For our tribe, it can increase the extension of our soul. It is very precious. Take it. All debts between us are written off. If I hear you calling me little thief again, I will be more than happy to beat the crap out of you." Green sea dew crystal. Han Shuro memorized the name of this stone. Since this stone wasn't of much use to him, he straightforwardly handed it over to the six-horned tribal king. The six-horned tribal king received the misty, green stone from Han Shuro's hand with somewhat trembling hands. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he immediately guaranteed to Han Shuro, "All right, I won't mention that matter again." Edwin and Belinda, who had been looking rather nervous, finally heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Han Shuro and the six-horned tribal king didn't come into conflict, the Pope of the Calamity Church wouldn't blame them. Their objective was to let Han Shuro have a good rest. Now that it seemed that Han Shuro and the six-horned tribal king wouldn't come into conflict again, they naturally felt relieved. "All right, let's not talk about that matter anymore. Tell me, why didn't you come to me when I provoked you back then?" That matter had always been a source of regret for Han Shuro. That was why he asked this question. "At that time, I was passing through this place and was attacked by the people here. That's why I was delayed." The six-horned tribal king's explanation confirmed Han Shuro's speculation. "So that's what happened," Han Shuro nodded and said. Han Shuro had learned everything he needed to know from the six-horned tribal king. For the six-horned tribal king to appear in this place, he must have reached some sort of agreement with the Calamity Church. He had his own objectives in coming to the Calamity Church. In Han Shuro's eyes, the six-horned tribal king was merely a character at his mercy. He wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. "Let's go. Bring me back to rest." Stretching lazily, Han Shuro glanced at the deferential Edwin and Belinda on the side and ordered faintly. The two were afraid that Han Shuro would have problems with the six-horned tribal king if he stayed here. They couldn't wait for him to leave as soon as possible. Upon hearing those words, the two hastily bowed and led the way for Han Shuro. Han Shuro didn't deliberately try to understand the Calamity Church's arrangements. Under Edwin and Belinda's guidance, he rested in a spacious secret chamber not far from the six-horned tribal king. Compared to the shabbiness of the six-horned tribal king's residence, this chamber had all the necessary living facilities. It could even be described as luxurious. It gave Han Shuro the illusion that he was in a splendid palace. After dismissing Edwin and Belinda, Han Shuro didn't enjoy the comfortable environment. He sat cross-legged on the bed, deployed a boundary that could isolate energy from prying eyes, and took out the Holy Grail that he obtained from the Light Pope. You finally remembered to look for me. As soon as the Holy Grail fell into Han Shoror's palm, the unfortunate soul cultivating in the Edict of Space inside transmitted a message to Han Shoror. Oh, I've been a little busy lately. I almost forgot about your existence. Han Shoror replied apologetically. Soon after, he went straight to the point. Do you know that the gods of destruction and the overgod of death have joined forces? Of course. In order to obtain stronger divine energy, those two overgods have mobilized their subordinates to carry out great destruction on various material planes. They have never stopped. Everyone knows about this. Why are you asking about this? The soul in the Holy Grail asked in astonishment. Then do you know anything about the overgods of destruction and death? Han Shoror didn't answer the soul's question but continued to ask. The soul in the Holy Grail fell silent for a moment before transmitting, I can't guess or evaluate the overgods based on my feelings. Existences of this level are also beyond our understanding. According to the rumors, these two overgods are extremely crazy and selfish. They have no scruples when it comes to their own interests. Moreover, they seek revenge for the smallest grievance and are extremely protective of their own. They possess vast power in various material planes. Other than a few other overgods, no one dares to provoke them. After hearing the soul's words, Han Shoror pondered for a moment before he finally made up his mind to explain the current situation to the soul. This soul was in the Holy Grail. Han Shoror believed that he wouldn't be able to play any tricks. As a god that cultivated in the Edict of Space and wandered around various material planes, he should have extraordinary foresight. Han Shoror wanted to hear his opinion. After a moment of silence, Han Shoror explained his current situation to the soul in the Holy Grail. After Han Shoror finished speaking, the soul in the Holy Grail didn't say a word. It seemed as though he was digesting the contents of Han Shoror's words. After a while, the soul finally replied, according to what you've said, you don't have a choice at all. The various overgods have always held grudges against each other. Therefore, the high-level material planes aren't peaceful either. With your current strength, you won't be able to protect this continent by yourself. You might even be in great danger. Your decision can be considered a wise one. Before you have sufficient strength, it is indeed a good idea to temporarily attach yourself to a force. Besides, the two chief gods of death and destruction are famous for being protective of their own. If you can gain their trust and favor, not only will your safety be greatly guaranteed, you might even be able to obtain many benefit. According to what you've said, there's no problem with what I've done. Han Shoror asked. There's no problem with what you've done. However, there's one thing you must take note of. Although the two overgods are extremely protective of their own, they only do so to their subordinates with potential and ability. The experts under them also have the same way of thinking and doing things. No matter who you've reached an agreement with, you must display your value in a short period of time. Let them feel that you're worthy of their protection. If you let them think that you're worthless, they won't care about you. Then, you can only become cannon fodder. After a pause, the soul in the Holy Grail reminded Han Shoror, letting Han Shoror understand the way those in power did things. After hearing what he said, Han Shoror nodded solemnly. He slowly digested the meaning of the soul's words. After a while, he smiled and transmitted, I think I understand what you mean. Oh, right, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your name. McKinley, the voice in the Holy Grail replied briefly after a moment of silence. My name is Han Shoror. Alright, I need some time to properly digest what you've said. Goodbye, I'll look for you if there's anything. After the transmission, Han Shoror didn't wait for McKinley's reply. He put away the Holy Grail and spent a long time thinking about his decision. The underground of the desert was similar to the cemetery of death. Neither the sun nor the moon could be seen and there was no concept of time. Han Shoror felt that he hadn't been thinking for long before he was invited away by Wolf and Bert Zilli. His Holiness the Pope has informed all the elders of your arrival. Currently, His Holiness the Pope and the elders are waiting for you in the main hall. "We've come to bring you there," Wolf said as he walked. When Wolf saw that there was no one around, he hesitated for a moment before cautiously reminding, "The oldest elder in the church seems to be somewhat displeased with your arrival. He's the only transcendental existence in the church who possesses strength as great as His Holiness the Pope. He also cultivates in necromancy magic. He advocates for you to hand over the skeletal staff, saying that all of your accomplishments are dependent on the skeletal staff. He's clamoring for you to take back the skeletal staff." "Oh, that's really interesting. I'm really going to take a good look. The same strength as the Pope, but he's just a base god of necromancy." Han Shoror sneered as he began to calculate in his heart. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.